Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salve, Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Selamat pagi, Bapak Ibu sekalian. A very warm greetings to each and every one of you. Welcome to the second day of the first International Conference on Agricultural, Livestock, and Engineering, organized by Faculty of Agriculture and Animal Science and Faculty of Civil Engineering, Universitas Katolik Indonesia, SANTU Paulus RUTENG. Our conference theme this year is Towards a Green Future, Sustainable Practices in Agriculture, Livestock, and Engineering. My name is Esther Kararu, and it is my distinct honor to be your Master of Ceremonies for the second day of this esteemed conference, conducted virtually via Zoom. We are thrilled to have distinguished speakers, researchers, and participants from various institutions joining us today to share knowledge and foster collaborations. On behalf of the organizing committee, we extend our appreciation for your presence today. It is an honor to me to introduce and welcome our keynote speakers today. The Excellency Prof. Madya T.S. Dr. Syamsiah Abdullah from University Teknologi Mara. The Excellency Associate Professor Dr. Hasliza Abu Hasim from University Putra Malaysia. The Excellency Insinyur Patricius Valoni Sandi, STMT from Universitas Katolik Indonesia, SANTU Paulus RUTENG. And we also welcome all the presenters and participants of this conference. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we start our conference, allow me first to read our agenda for today. The first agenda is opening prayer. The second agenda is the presentation of the three keynote speakers. First, Prof. Madya T.S. Dr. Syamsiah Abdullah, and will be hosted by Ms. Jessica Koirunisa, MP. Second, Associate Professor Dr. Hasliza Abu Hasim, and will be hosted by Ms. Puspita Ahmadi, MPT. Third, Insinyur Patricius Valoni Sandi, STMT, and will be hosted by Mr. Indra Susanto, MTSol. The third agenda is the parallel session, which will be held from 12:30 to 14. And the fourth agenda is the closing remarks from Chairperson of the organizing committee. We look forward to your active participation throughout today's agenda. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to bless our conference, I invite all of you in the opening prayer. Let us bow our heads in prayer. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Dear God, we thank here today for the first International Conference on Agricultural, Livestock, and Engineering 2025. Grateful for this opportunity to learn, share, and grow together. We ask for your divine presence to guide us in our discussions and deliberations. We pray for all the participants, speakers, and organizers. Grant us open minds and willing hearts to receive new ideas and perspectives. May this event be fruitful and contribute to the greater good of our respective fields. Guide our conference and interactions that we may learn from one another and build strong relationships. Help us to use the knowledge we gain here to serve others and make a positive impact in the world. We ask all this through Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity in the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed to our first keynote session. Our first keynote session features a distinguished expert in the field, Professor Madya T.S. Dr. Syamsiah Abdullah. It is my pleasure to introduce the moderator for this session, Miss Jessica Koirunisa, MP. Miss Jessica will guide us through this session and introduce our esteemed keynote speaker. To Miss Jessica, the screen is now yours.
Hello, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, colleagues, and participants. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the first International Conference on Agricultural, Livestock, and Engineering, Icagrolive 2025. My name is Jessica Putri Koirunisa, and I'm honored to serve you as moderator for the session today. It is now my honor and privilege to introduce our first keynote speaker of the session, a distinguished academic and researchers whose contributions have greatly enriched her field. Professor Media T.S. Dr. Syamsiah Abdullah is a dean of the Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology at University Teknologi Mara. She also served as an external examiner of academic programmers for several universities at the national level. She received the Professional Technologies (RTS) from the Malaysia Board of the Technologies, a professional board in Malaysia. Her research primarily focuses on crop improvement, and currently, she is focusing on mutation breeding on paddy, ginger, stevia, banana, and chili. She has successfully secured numerous international and national grants and supervised more than 20 students at master and PhD levels. Until today, she has published more than 60, including articles, proceedings, books, chapters in books related to crop improvement. In Malaysia, the title Professor Media is equivalent to Associate Professor. Today, she will be sharing her insight on the topic, Harnessing the Potential of Mutation Breeding for Sustainable Agriculture. Please join me in welcoming Professor Media T.S. Dr. Syamsiah Abdullah. Hello, good morning, Professor Media T.S. Dr. Syamsiah Abdullah.
Morning, Jessica. Can you hear me?
Yes. Okay. How are you today?
I'm glad. I'm good.
Okay. Okay. Are you ready, Prof?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
Will I start now, Jessica? Jessica, can I start now?
Hello? Okay.
Hello?
Okay. Okay. Prof Nadia, this is Dr. Samsi Abdullah. Time is your. Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much to the Miss MC for today's event. And thank you also to Miss Jessica for the kind introduction and your assistance throughout the invitation for me to speak during this conference. Okay. So firstly, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and a very good morning. Selamat pagi. And I would like to express my gratitude. Thank you to the organizing committee, I believe the Faculty of Agriculture and Animal Science, and also the Faculty of Engineering from the Universitas KATOLIK Indonesia, SANTU, Paulus, RUTENG, for the kind invitation for me to speak at the International Conference on Agriculture, Livestock and Engineering, Icagrolive 2025. So it's an honor to join everyone today in discussing the innovative strategies for agriculture advancement. So as introduced by Ms. Jessica, I'm Shamsi binti Abdullah. Okay, I'm the Dean and also the docent of the Faculty of Plantation and Agrotechnology, University Technology Mara, Malaysia, which is located in the state of Malacca. So if you have been in Malaysia before, so Malacca is the historical state in Malaysia. As a researcher, my field of expertise is actually crop improvement, plant breeding, and I have worked with the genetic engineering and the conventional breeding. But currently, I'm focusing my work on the induced mutation or mutation breeding. To suit the theme of this conference today, I will sharing my insight, which entitled the harnessing the potential of mutation breeding, which is the techniques that currently I'm using for the sustainable agriculture. So next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, before I proceed with my presentation, actually, I would like to introduce you to UITM, University Technology Mara. Maybe some of you have been to Malaysia and some of you have not been here. So I would like to inform you that we are the largest public university in Malaysia, where we have 34 campuses scattered in 14 states in Malaysia. So basically, in each state, we have 2 to 3 campuses that offering different kind of academic programs. Okay, so we have around 500 plus academic programs from the diploma until S3 PhD. Okay, since the establishment, we actually produce more than 1 million graduates who are working in various sectors because we are offering programs from the social science, the science and technology, the engineering, medical faculty, and so on and so forth. Okay, for information, we are welcome any universities, okay, any participants, any researchers from the, especially from this university, to collaborate with us to foster the research field that related to your um, to your expertise. Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, as an introduction, I will be sharing the insight on the mutation breeding. So this is a technique that has greatly contributed to the crop improvement and sustainability, because we are talking about the sustainable in agriculture, and to suit also my expertise, I will share one of the methods that we use for the crop improvement, where we can contribute to the practices in sustainable agriculture. Sorry. So I will cover during my presentation what is the mutation breeding, why this mutation breeding is very important, and I will show you some statistics on the success stories around the globe, some of the countries, and the number of crops that have been undergo the process of mutation breeding. And lastly, I will actually discuss on how it integrates with other breeding tools, especially when we are talking about modern breeding tools, in order to create the sustainable agriculture. So next slide, please. Next slide. Miss Jessica. Okay, all right. Thank you. So let me start. This slide. So let me start with the introduction. With the definition of mutation breeding. So this is very important part. Maybe some of you have come across the terms, and maybe this is your first time hear this kind of terms. Yeah. So what is actually mutation breeding? So mutation breeding is one of tools that involve in creating a variation in terms of genetics. So as a plant breeder, I will look this as one of the tools that I can create a new plant with new characteristics, especially the desired characteristics, which can actually improve in terms of the yield, in terms of other characteristics, which will benefit the agriculture sectors. So basically, mutation breeding involves artificially inducing mutation in plants. Okay, why artificially? Because we, as the researcher, as the breeder, we impose that technology to that plant is not happen naturally. Okay, so basically it will create new genetic variation. So you create new genetic variation, which you change the DNA of that particular target plant. So this mutation may lead to beneficial traits, such as, if you're talking about agriculture, so we are looking at disease resistance plant, okay, higher yields, of course, because when we're talking about agriculture, higher yield is very important. This is the profit, but the disease resistance, this is the cost of production. So if we can create plant with the disease resistant characteristics, of course, we will reduce the cost of production, and we will get more profit. And also, there's one more thing about the stress tolerance. So these are the characteristics that we are looking for when we are doing not only talking about mutation breeding, but the breeding per se, the whole aspects of breeding, because we want to produce a better characters of plant. Okay, so however, during the process of breeding, okay, the mutation breeding, we also found that we produce the plant with undesirable traits, yeah? Meaning that they have any they showed not useful traits, characteristic. However, during the process of assessing these characters, we can discard the unwanted characters through selection method, which I will explain to you later. So, common methods in induced mutation, which include physical mutation, where we use the gamma rays or the X-rays, the rays that can actually induce the changes in the DNA. So, why the changes of the DNA is very important? Because we know that the DNA is the material that have the information of certain of the characteristics of the functions that the plant have in their body. So if we do some, if we induce the mutation, it will create something different. Okay. Apart from the physical mutagens, we have also used the chemical mutagens such as ethyl methane sulfonate (EMS), and we have other mutagen as well, chemical mutagen, which this is also can induce the changes at the DNA level. So this technique is differs from the traditional breeding, where in traditional breeding, you need parents, you need the male, you need the female. So in order to create variation in this traditional breeding, you have to make the female and male, and you can get the combination or you get the transfer of characteristic from the male to the female plant, the parents, right? However, for these techniques, you don't require crossing with other plant. So it will directly alter the plant's DNA. You don't need two different parents, and you will get the variation due to the changes at the DNA sequence. Okay. However, if you're talking about GMO, genetic modified organism, this is also altering the DNA of the plant. However, this induced mutation is not considered as genetic modified plant GMO, because there is no transfer of DNA sequence from site. So what is happening is inside the plant itself during the process of induced mutation. Okay, next slide. Okay, what is the importance in crop improvement? One of the major advantages of mutation breeding is it generates novel traits. Okay, what I meant by novel trait is the traits or the characters that is not present in the natural population. So if we are talking about conventional breeding, what is in the parents, okay, either the female or the male, so that is the traits that you will discovered in offspring. Okay, the characters that will exhibit by the offspring. But when you are talking about in mutation breeding, you can actually see the new or novel traits that is not present in that particular population. So this is good. You don't need to transfer gene from other organisms, okay, which create the GMO, which is there will be some issues on the acceptance from many peoples and many governments. So this, you create new characters not considered as GMO. So this is good because we can actually not thinking about the processes of the GMO, okay, which is very long process in order to get the granted by the government. Okay, so basically, this method increases the genetic diversity of the target crop. So once it's actually irradiated by the let's say you are using physical mutation using gamma rays, so it will create more characters to that particular plant. So based on this, we can see that it speed up the process or the development of improved varieties. Okay, because you can compare the conventional and also the mutation breeding, and you can work well along conventional and molecular breeding techniques. So if you combine the mutation breeding and also the breeding other molecular breeding techniques, it can actually speed up the process of getting the confirmed mutant lines, which can be commercialized. So this will enable the fast development of improved crop lines in response to changing environmental or the market needs. So you don't have to wait for a long time, because we know that the conventional breeding requires a lot of time, a lot of laborious, okay, money and everything. So through this kind of technology, coupled with the modern breeding techniques, you can actually shorten the journey to get the commercialized new plant variety. Okay, next. Okay, to further understand about the activities in the mutation breeding, you can actually uh, get information online in the IAEA website. So IAEA is actually the International Atomic Energy Agencies, which is an intergovernmental organization that seeks to promote peaceful use of nuclear energy. So we know that nuclear energy is very it's dangerous. So the agencies look at the positive side, where we can contribute to the good things for the human. So in this case, we use the energy, the atomic energy, to create mutants, but the mutants in plant which have better characteristics and which benefit in terms of the food security. Okay, so based on the reports available online in the website, there were 3,000 officially released mutant varieties have been developed globally. Actually, the number available in the website is actually based on the reported reports submitted by the country to IAEA. So basically, they have actually more than 3,000 of the mutants crops available in this world, but has not been reported to IAEA. So you can search the information in the IAEA sites. So among the stories include rice varieties which improve the yield. So this is what we want, because yield is our staple food. So we need to increase the yield because it exposed to the various climatic change, temperature and everything. So it will actually reduce in terms of the yields. And maybe on the wheat varieties, resistant to the logic because of the tall structure. And they also reported on the barley to better multi-quality. So it can actually induce the yield, the other traits that related to the quality as well. So you can get the detail from the website. So by looking at the numbers, the figures that's available on the slides, obviously this technique has tangible impact on the food security and the rural livelihood. So this is very important methods in order to overcome the poverty that happening in many countries now. Okay, next. Okay, this is also information available in the website. So this IAEA, they have the mutant variety database, MVD, as a repository of voluntarily contribute information of officially released mutant crop varieties, either the seeds or the vegetative, any crops. So based on the reports submitted to them, they display the data, they verify and display the data for the reference other researchers. So around the globe, there are many crop species have been undergo this process of mutation breeding, and it contribute, as I said just now, to food security and adaptation to the climate change. So the information of each variety that available in this on this website is very important, because they display the type of mutation used. So either it's physical, either it's chemical, gamma ray or ion wave. Okay, and the dose used during the process of creating these new traits, the traits that improve meaning that what is improved in that new variety of plant, and available other agronomic data for the variety release. So which this information is very useful for other researchers to start their induced mutation study in a specific crop. So normally when we want to start our research on certain things, so we have to look at the previous or the research that have been done in the similar field in order to create our experiment, design of the experiment. So by using this information, it can be the basis of choosing the right method, the right dose for that particular crops. So from the slide, we can see clearly top countries that involved in this kind of project and number of reported new varieties developed through mutation breeding. So China champion in terms of the number in that database. Okay, so next. Okay, how I'm going to explain the relation between mutation breeding and sustainable agriculture. So I will, the explanation will actually relate the theme of the conference, the content of the conference. As I mentioned earlier, induced mutation technique creates new improved variety, meaning that it creates individual with different characteristics. So in this case, we can select mutant lines. Mutant lines mean the new plant, okay, with good characters which contribute to the sustainable agriculture practice. So what is sustainable agriculture practices? So we can see that it refers to the farming methods that prioritize the long-term health of the environment. So we are caring about the environment while also ensuring the viability of the agriculture system. So the aim at maintaining the soil fertility, the conserve water, protect the biodiversity, all while ensuring the economics and sustainability on the farming communities. So how this mutation breeding contributes or play their roles in sustainable agriculture? This is through enabling the crops to use nutrient or water more efficiently, resist naturally to the pests and disease. So as a result, it reduces the need of chemical inputs like pesticide, like fertilizer, chemical fertilizer, which is harmful to the environment. So the structure itself, when we produce a shorter types of plants, so we can suit the engineering part where you can innovate some machinery that is more economics to this particular agriculture sectors. Okay, so at the same time, it also boosts the resilience to the climatic stressor, so helping the farmers to adapt to the unpredictable weather conditions. So this is very good because it really contribute to the sustainable agriculture. So importantly, it contribute to the preservation, it contribute to the utilization of biodiversity, which is very, very important in the food security. Next. Okay, what about the tools and techniques? There are tools and techniques which I mentioned earlier. Okay, induced mutation breeding uses mutagen. So mutagen is very important. Without mutagen, you cannot start the work on the development. So we can use like radiation. We can use like chemicals, certain chemicals to artificially increase genetic diversity in plant. So we are creating variation. We change some part of the DNA, and from that changes, it creates new codes for new functions. Yeah, so we can select that for the desirable traits. Of course, when you start the mutation breeding work, it will create so many characters. So you have to do the selection which suit the aim of your study or the aim of your breeding programs. So it involves exposing the plant materials to the mutagen identify the mutants with the desirable traits, and then selecting them for breeding program. And it can be classified into, just now I mentioned to you, the physical mutagen and the chemical mutagen. So the physical mutagen, it could be ionizing radiation such as gamma rays. So we use the cobalt-60 sources. Some also use the X-rays, and the fast neutrons commonly used is we always use gamma rays. Here in Malaysia, we have the facilities for the gamma rays. So we choose gamma rays as one of the popular choices for creating the new plants. While IOBeam also is one of the emerging because they said that this is more effective for my group. If you want to test on the IOBeam, we will send the samples to Japan because they have the good facility there in Japan, and we bring back the seeds which is already irradiated and tested in our lab and greenhouses. Okay, the physical mutagens include, just now I mentioned to you, gamma rays, IOBeam. We need to do it in a specialized laboratory. It's not just a normal laboratory. They have a certain standard and require a certain procedures. So in Malaysia, we have the facilities which is located in Selangor State. So it is under Malaysian Nuclear Agencies. Okay, well, for the non-ionizing, UV light also can create mutants. Okay, and other types of chemicals I mentioned just now, ethylene, methane, sulfonate, EMS, diethyl sulfate, DES is one of the examples you can use for the chemicals. And you can also, I mentioned just now, select do the selection by using the marker assisted selection, which allow precise identification and use of beneficial mutation. Because if you are talking, if you're depending on the physical or the morphology changes, we know that the changes might comes from the outside, okay, external. But when you are talking about gene, so whatever detection that we do at the molecular level, so it confirms that the presence of that particular DNA for certain gene. Okay, next. Okay, I would like to share some of the cases here on the rice mutation breeding. So we know that for Malaysia, for Indonesia, rice is a staple food. So we are having many rice varieties that will ensure the production of rice is stable, considering the characters of these varieties of rice. Because if not, the induced mutation could be the method to increase the variation. Why we need more variety? Because I mentioned just now, we are facing the changes in the climate change, extreme changes. So the plant is fragile. They have certain tolerance to certain condition. So if we have different type of varieties which can thrive in a different condition or situation, this is a very good strategy, because we will ensure that the rice or the food available at all time, and we don't have a short of food during this kind of weather. So the induced mutation in rice offers several benefits for improving this crop, including generating new variation. So create varieties, so on and so forth. We have the potential of a trade. And this is cost effective, quick, proven method for rice improvement, especially when natural variation is limited. So I mentioned to you just now, it creates novel characteristics. So we can create more than characters that already in that particular plant. So of course, the new mutant lines developed, you need to conduct field evaluation and other surveys for the farmers' acceptance, because this is a must in terms of procedures before we can actually release the new variety. So all these efforts very important from the beginning, how you choose the plant and also the dose for the mutation, till you get the confirmation in terms of the breeding, because it will contribute to the national breeding program. So you have to be careful in terms of the procedure. Okay, next. Okay, just want to share with you some of the, it's in Malay language, some of the cases here why we need to create um, new varieties that can thrive in this kind of situation. So for paddy in Malaysia faces numerous challenges, including the climate change, unpredictable weather, rising in the temperature, water stress, diseases, which lead to the low productivity. So the government of Malaysia urged the relevant bodies and institutions to come up with new improved variety to save the situation. So we face a lot of losses to these factors such as drought. So in this case, we need to find new varieties that can actually overcome this kind of problems. Okay, next. Okay, this is the facilities that we have in Malaysian nuclear agencies, where most of the breeders that work on the mutation breeding use the facility to create mutants. Okay, so this is my friend Dr. Sobri from the nuclear agencies, which we work together, collaborate in order to produce the mutants line with good characteristics so far. Okay, next picture. Okay, this is the benih barju variety, IS21, produced by irradiation by using gamma rays. Okay, this is the example where this new variety increased in terms of yield and has been launched by our previous Prime Minister and has been planted in many paddy fields around Malaysia. Okay, next. Okay, this is currently my PhD students project. So we are looking at the improved characteristic for the aromatic rice. Okay, we increase in terms of the characters, and currently we have tested the N3 generation, the mutant line generation, third generation in various areas across Malaysia. So this is one of the procedures that we need to do in order to verify the characters of the mutant is actually stable and can and look at how it responds to the environment. Okay, next. Okay, this is another work. Just want to introduce to you the work that I've done, the publication on the effect of the gamma rays on seeds germination and survival of stevia ribodana hybrids, where I look at the morphology of this particular plant during the process of, after we exposed to the gamma rays. Okay, so the aim of my study on the stevia is actually to delay the flowering, because the flowering will affect the number of leaves, and the leaf is actually the source of the sweetener content. So we successfully actually produced the hybrids which delayed in the flowering. Okay, next. This is also another publication, which just to show you that during the process after the process of irrigation, okay, the individual plant will actually exhibit different characteristics, even though you expose the plant at the same dose. Why? Because different part will actually react differently, okay, individual. Okay, next. Okay, in order to speed up, just now I mentioned about the modern breeding. So we need to integrate the modern breeding. What is modern breeding? Here I refer to the marker assisted selection by using molecular markers, because this is a very important methods which can actually expedite the process of getting new plant. So by integrate, for instance, the CRISPR, the marker-assisted selection, we can fine-tune the traits in the mutant lines, and we can shorten in terms of getting the confirmed or the commercialized new variety. Okay, next. Okay, this is an example of using molecular markers, one of the work that I've done on the ginger. So we use molecular markers to confirm the presence of certain gene, or we use to compare the mutant lines and the control plants. So by using this kind of technique, we can confirm that the genomic level, okay, the DNA have actually uh, um, changed, okay, differently. So just to confirm that mutation breeding is successful. Okay, next. Okay, what are the challenges and consideration? Despite all this potential, mutation breeding does face hurdles, okay, such as complex regulatory requirement and long development timeline. So this is normal for the breeding because we need to not only confirm on the changes of DNA, but we need to plant it in a various area. We need to test on other changes that might be harmful to the consumers before we can release the new varieties. Because this is very important. They will check everything to make sure that the new variety is not harmful to the consumers. So the technical capacity, the infrastructure also very limited, particularly in certain countries. We have in Malaysia and Indonesia also have the facility. I went to Jakarta and we had a very good discussion and we have a very good visit during that time on the facility related to the mutation breeding. So moreover, it's validating, selecting stable, useful mutation requires thorough field testing. Yes, of course, it's not only in the lab, it requires you to the field testing. If you remember the pictures that I'm showing you just now about my PhD students on the rice field, so he has to plant that particular mutants plant in various areas and getting the
Recording in progress.
getting the new mutants planted, yeah, and verified. Okay, next. Okay, what are the future prospects? So mutation breeding holds great promise for underutilized or the neglected crops, which are often neglected at the mainstream breeding program. So you can also think about any extinct species which you don't have enough materials to do the genetic variation. So mutation breeding is one of the methods to increase in terms of genetic variation. So if you have some ideas, aims in the future for the conventional breeding to produce the hybrids, you need a very large in terms of the genetics, different variation. So by creating this, you provide the sources for the future breeding programs. So traits as such as nutritional content, post-harvest quality, climate adaptability, especially because we are talking about the changes in the climate, are the promising new target. Okay, you can use this to produce that kind of characters in plant. And future, we will rely on the international collaboration. So if you want to collaborate with UITM, so we are open for the collaboration. We have also the open, the IAEA also have the open access data. And I think some of the countries or some of the industries are able to invest in this kind of infrastructure and training in order to help our food security issues to our countries. Okay, next. Okay, this is just to share with you. Actually, I went to Jakarta, Indonesia. We had a 10 days training on the molecular approach for selection on the mutant lines, and it is participated by participants in, I think, more than 15 countries around the world and supported by the IAEA. So this is very good training. We had a very wonderful, full discussion during the training, and we learned very good procedures, okay, that available in the Batam, Indonesia. Again, which is led by the Soranto, Professor Soranto, during that time, a very prominent professor in this mutation breeding. Okay. Lastly, the conclusion. Mutation breeding is a time-tested and highly adaptable tool. So you're welcome to use this to create the new variety. It offers sustainable solution, of course, because of the new characteristic which is support the sustainable agenda of the world and for future challenges in the agriculture. And the research must be continued. The collaboration must be urged, and the support of the essential to unlock its full potential is still ongoing. So we need more research in order to create more good characters of plant. Okay, next. Lastly, I would like to acknowledge the University Technology Mara, Faculty of Plantation, Malaysia Nuclear Agency, and the Ministry of the Higher Education that specifically contribute to this work on limitation breeding for my research and my team, especially granted the grant that supported this work, which we need money in order to produce this because the testing is very laborious. So we did this kind of the financial support in order to complete our work. Okay, next. Okay, so I think that's all from me now. Thank you very much for your attention, and I would be happy to address any question. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, should I read from
Hello?
the message?
Hello?
Okay, yes.
Okay. 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 Thank you, Professor Media TS Dr. Samsi Abdullah. Yes, the topic is very relevant to the current climate change. For example, in RUTENG is an area with high rainfall. So we must create plan that area resistant to high rainfall. Yes. Okay, thanks, Prof. Sansia. Okay. Uh, for that insightful and inspiring presentation, and we would now like to open the floor for a short Q&A session. Okay, for a participant, if you have a question, please raise your hand or proceed to the designated microphone. Kindly state your name and affiliation before asking your question. And keep your query concise so we can accommodate as many participants as possible. Okay, let's begin. Okay, I will read in chat room from the question from a Fredicus Ambut. Okay. I would like to ask about global assessment. What I want to ask is what is the relationship between increased yield and stress tolerance in mutant plants?
Okay, thank you
Okay.
very much, Fredicus, for the question. Of course, they have a relation in between the increase of yield and stress to tolerance, because we know that if the plant exposed to certain stress, it will definitely reduce in terms of the yield. Okay, because the plant cannot respond normally to the environment because of maybe this water stress. They have lack of water because of the temperature rising. Okay, once we have the tolerance to this particular condition, the yield will be increased, or if not increased, it will maintain to the normal condition of that particular plant. So definitely there is a relationship. Okay, maybe I just go straight to the second question from the Endang Sari Luju. Okay, on behalf of student, whether mutation produced to really have indesirable, yes, it has in that desirable effect. So that's why I mentioned just now, we have to test. Okay, you have to look at the characters that produce or exhibit after the process of irradiation. You need to do selection. The selection not only on the morphology, because it is actually can influenced by the external factors, you have to couple the selection with the molecular markers, where you can detect the differences in the genomic, the DNA, which help you to conclude the finding of your work. Yeah. So this is the method. And the third one from the Arsiana Sana, I would like to ask, how effective is mutation breeding compared to hybridization and GMO? Okay, GMO is effective because it's a targeted method. You want to produce, let's say, a green brinjal, an orange color of brinjal terung, and you need to get the orange gene from other organism and transfer into that brinjal, and you produce the orange brinjal. It's very targeted, and you will get that theoretically. But if you are talking about mutation breeding, you expose and you don't know what happened to that DNA until you do the selection process. Then you will get the characters. Okay, the hybridization, you already identify the parents. So whatever produced after the process of hybridization is the characters that already exist in the parent. So different methods, they have different targets and they have the pro and cons, yeah, in terms of the effect. Okay, what is the goal of breeding? Pedro, the goal of breeding, of course, if you ask me, I want to increase the variation and I want to overcome the food security issues that we are facing now, because the plant is facing effect, yeah, in terms of the changes of the climate. Okay, so, Ilvina, regulatory framework and public perceptions. So far, as I mentioned to you, mutation breeding is not GMO, genetic modified. So so far the acceptance is good. And when I went to Indonesia, to Jakarta, Batam, yeah, so the professor mentioned that they have no I'm not saying no issues, but it's not that serious. They can actually try in the field, in order to introduce to the farmers. In Malaysia also, we accept, because this is not genetic modified. So that's why, like I shared to you, some of the cutting newspapers, we release new variety from their mutation breeding. And also from Constantinus. Okay, the mutant plant need this external input, fertilizer, pesticide. However, if we can produce the plant that resistant to certain disease, we can reduce the usage of chemical pesticides, which is harmful to environment. And if they have the capacity of uptake the nutrient efficiently, we can reduce the usage of chemical fertilizer for sustainable agriculture. And Lucia, you asked about government supervision. So it depends on the country. So in Malaysia, if I'm talking about the development through mutation breeding, we have no issues. Okay, we just need to follow the procedures stated by our government, and we have to test everything that we produce during the mutation breeding. And after they satisfied with this kind of tested that we conducted, we can release the new variety, but it's a very long process. Okay. Integrate between agriculture and animal husbandry that can be interconnected. You produce a good plant, you can actually integrate this in the agriculture and animal husbandry, because it not only benefit the human as a consumer, but also in other organism as well. Okay. Could it be recovery mutation? Yes, of course, because we are talking about new characteristic, and Yes, of course, it contribute to the food security and also improve genetic instead of just some. How long it will take, it depends. Because once you conduct the mutation breeding and you get the desirable characteristic, it will actually very good flow lah. Okay, and it will be coupled with the testing and everything. So it depends on what type of crops. If you're talking about oil palm, so it will be a very long process. If you're talking about rice, maybe shorter than that. And if you're talking about other leafy vegetables, we have a very short lifespan. So the time is shorter, the shortest among this time of crops or plants. Okay, I think I have answered all the question in the chat box.
Okay. That is a very comprehensive response. Thank you, Prof. Samsia. Okay. I will read the question from Jordan James from Agronomic Study Program. The question is, I would like to ask what step it will take to verify and approve a new genetic variant instead of just some rare anomaly, and how long it will take.
Is that a new, I mean, which one? Just from who, Jess? Jessica?
For Jordan James ini, Prof, from Agronomic Study Program. And the question is, I would like to ask what step it will take to verify and approve a new genetic variant instead of just some rare anomaly, and how long it will take.
Oh, okay. I think I have answered just now. Like I mentioned to you, the process is depending of many factors, either type of crop you use, what kind of testing methods you use to verify the new plant, the new characteristics, um, and the successful in terms of the irradiation process. So if you're talking about oil palm, it will be very long. And if you are compared to the leafy vegetables, it is shorter than that. Okay? It depends
Thank
on the
you.
species. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Prof. Samsia. Okay, and the next question, I will read the question from Tony Hardy from Social Economic and Agricultural Program. Okay, I want to ask, how can mutation breeding contribute to food security in the climate change area?
Okay, as I mentioned, mutation breeding creates mutant that adapt to the new environment. So if you're talking about climate changes that will very extreme, in terms of maybe in terms of the high temperature, increase of temperature, so you create plant that can thrive in this high temperature, whether it maintain in terms of the production or it increase due to the changes. So there are many ways to get this. You need to do the selection. And of course, it will contribute to the food security.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Your answer is very informative. Okay, and the next question from Alfie Diamond. Alfie Diamond. Okay. And the question is, could recovery mutation be a solution for climate change adaptation?
Yes, similar to a question of Tony Hardy, of course. This will be one of the methods to be a solution for the climate change adaptation, because it creates a plant that tolerate or resistant to certain conditions.
Question from Pak Leonardo Spar. Okay. Thank you very much, Prof. Samsia, for your inspiring presentation on mutation breeding and sustainable agriculture. It was very helpful and give us many new ideas. In Manggarai, Indonesia, many banana farmers are struggling with a serious disease caused by Ralstonia solanacearum. This is damage the roots, causes the leaf to turn yellow and produce sticky oils and set the banana stem. It is very hard to control and is reducing farmers' harvests. My question are, how can mutation breeding help us develop banana varieties that are resistant to this disease? And how can this solution support sustainable farming for smallholder farmers in rural areas like Manggarai?
Okay, thank you very much for the question. It's a good question. Actually, we have to follow the same procedures. There are many work on the mutation breeding of banana. Banana is one of the samples of my research actually. So what we do, we did expose the banana samples, the normal one, not the infected one. Okay, we expose this banana to the irradiation of gamma rays, and what we do, we test the irradiated banana to different kind of condition. Just now, I just mentioned about the climate change, right? However, if we want to identify the potential of this banana, whether it tolerate or it's resistant to certain disease, so the irradiated lines or the mutant line that we produce from mutation breeding, we expose this banana to different diseases. Okay, so after that, we have to do some observation. Any of the mutants that produce from the mutation breeding that can tolerate, survive, or resist to this kind of diseases, we select for further examination, for further inspection. Why? Because we need to confirm from the first testing it survived, and we have to do another testing on the same diseases, and if it survived from the number of replicates, so we can proceed to the next level stages of confirming the characteristic and plant it in various areas before we can conclude that the banana has that tolerance or resistance characteristic towards the disease. And how can its solution support sustainable farming? Of course, you don't have to use chemicals to control the disease, or you can reduce the use of chemical to control disease, because this mutant line has the self protection. They have the resistance or the resistance characteristic towards the disease. And of course, if they have this kind of characteristic, it will help the farmers not only on getting the yield, more yield, guaranteed the yield, but it will reduce the cost of production. So you don't have to use so many chemicals to your plant. It contributes definitely to the sustainable agriculture. Okay.
Thank you, Prof. Sansia, for your answer. The question is very good and very relevant with the topic. Okay. In this discussion, next session, I will open it for 3 questioners. Okay, let's begin for participant. Halo, participant. Okay, Prof. And then last question from Naldi Roli. Okay, from animal science student. Okay, the question is it possible to integrate breeding between agriculture and animal husbandry that can be interconnected?
Yes, okay. It is possible, because when we are creating new characters of plant, it will contribute in many ways. Yeah. So it depends on how you do selections. And of course, when we are doing the breeding work, we have our aim. Okay, we aim for, let's say, to increase the yield. So we are doing the selection for yield. And if you're talking about reduce the usage of chemicals, so we are aiming at producing mutants that resistance or tolerance to certain diseases, so that at the end of the process, we create mutants that can reduce in terms of usage of this chemical. So it's contribute sustainable agriculture. And of course, this kind of creation can help, okay, and can integrate in the agriculture and animal husbandry, because the new characters can contribute in many ways. Okay.
Next question from Konstantinus Miliandi. Okay, I'm from the Civil Engineering Study Program. I would like to ask about continuous mutation. My question is, to what extent can mutation breeding approaches reduce dependence on external agricultural inputs such as fertilizer and pesticide in a sustainable agriculture system?
Okay, thank you very much, Constantinus. Yes, of course, as I mentioned, you can select, you do selection after the process of mutation breeding, irradiation, you do a selections of plant. So how you do a selections, if you're talking about to reduce the input of fertilizers and pesticides, okay, like just now I mentioned about the answer on the question on banana. So you expose that mutant lines to certain disease, and you look at the level of resistance, whether it resists that kind of diseases, okay, the mutant lines. And if yes, you have to proceed to several tests and procedures until you confirm that the plant have the resistant characteristics. They resist that disease. So the one that resists the disease 100%, of course, it will contribute to the reduced use of fertilizers, especially we are talking about chemical fertilizers or pesticide, which has a great contribution for the agriculture sustainable system.
Samsia? Okay, thank you, Prof. Samsia, for your answer. Okay. And then last question from Raineldis Endang Sari Lucu. Okay. A student of the agronomy study program would like to ask whatever mutation produced through breeding have undesirable side effect such as decreased quality or susceptibility to pests and disease. How to identify and overcome these side effects? Okay.
Okay, thank you, Jess. Okay, okay, of course, when we are talking about irradiation, you will produce good characters, bad characters, or I can say not useful characters. So the next step after irradiation is selection. So you have to do selection. You select, you pilih, okay? You select from the plant that you have irradiated with gamma ray or ion beam. Okay, you plant it, let's say in a rain under the rain shelter with the same condition, uniform in terms of condition, and you look at the response of this plant towards, let's say you're talking about disease or you're talking about drought and everything, and look which one of these mutants actually thrive in that particular condition. So from there, you can pick the one that have the characters that you want, the desirable characters. The one who not respond well to this condition, you can discard, or you can use for another testing for another characteristics. So after the process of selection, you can proceed with other procedures lah. You have to plant it in a various location just to confirm that characteristic is stable through generation, and it's confirmed characteristics. So this is how we discard, or we ignore the plant that not show the good characteristics after the process of irradiation.
Sound point for your question and response. Okay, we have reached the end of this discussion session. There were so many amazing questions and responses. Thank you all for your thoughtful question, and thank you once again to Professor Samsia for her clear and valuable responses. Hopefully, this year's discussion will provide new insight for all. On behalf of the organizing committee and Universitas KATOLIK Indonesia SANTU Paulus RUTENG, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Professor Madya T.S. Dr. Samsia Abdullah for joining us today and setting such as meaningful and inspiring tone for this conference. As a token of appreciation, we would like to show the certificate of appreciation. Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Samsia, for your time today. I hope we can meet in Unika Santo Paulus Ruteng.
Yeah, inshallah, see you.
Yes,
And we are
see you.
welcome to
Let's give
Malaysia.
her another round of applause for participants.
Alright,
Okay,
thank you
thank
so
you. I would
much.
like. Okay, see you, Dr. Samsia. Thank you. I would like to give the session back to the MC.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much to our distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Samsiah Abdullah, for the insightful presentation. And thank you to our moderator, Miss Jessica, for expertly guiding the session. Our second keynote session features a distinguished expert in the field, Associate Professor Dr. Hasliza Abu Hasim. For this session, I'm pleased to welcome our moderator, Miss Puspita Ahmadi, MPT. Miss Puspita will guide us through this session and introduce our next distinguished keynote speaker. To Miss Puspita, the screen is now yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Swastiastu. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to the first international conference on agricultural, livestock, and engineering, Icagrolive 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests, colleagues, and participants, My name is Puspita Cahya Ahmadi, MPT, and I'm honored to serve you as a moderator for the session today. Good morning, Prof. Hasliza.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, how are you today, Prof?
Good. Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
Thank you.
It is now my honor to introduce our next distinguished speaker. A respected researcher and academic whose work has made a significant impact in the field of animal nutrition. Associate Professor Dr. Hasliza Abu Hasim is a lecturer at the Department of Veterinary Preclinical Science, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, University Putra Malaysia. Currently, she has hold a post as Deputy Director at Institute of Tropical Agriculture and Food Security, University Putra Malaysia. Her field of expertise in teaching and research is in animal nutrition. She is also a qualified veterinarian and obtained her Doctor of Veterinary Medicine degree in 2005. She then pursued her Master of Science in Animal Nutrition at University Putra Malaysia in 2010 and further complete her PhD in Animal Nutrition at Ghent University Belgium 2012. Her research focuses towards changing a resilient tropical agriculture in the context of climate change for food security and sustainability. She actively involved in various national and international research projects for sustainable animal production through changing the nutrition and welfare management practice. Interest is in assessing the potential utilization of agriculture by product as animal feeds on the performance, digestibility, and production of livestock. She also involved in various projects apart from teaching and research. She actively involved as speaker and expert reference for forum, conference, seminar on animal nutrition, especially on the awareness and knowledge sharing programs with livestock farmers as well as pet owners. Today, she will be sharing her insight on the topic towards a green future, harnessing black soldier fly larvae as animal feed for sustainable agriculture and livestock production. Please join me in welcoming Associate Professor Dr. Hasliza Abu Hasim. Okay, Prof. Here I will inform the mechanism for presentation. So 40 minutes for presentation and 30 minutes for the question and answer session. Okay, for Associate Professor Dr. Hasliza, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and very good morning to all. Thank you very much, our Miss Moderator, for a kind introduction about myself. So I'm glad it's a great opportunity for me to be here today. Been invited to share my experience, my knowledge, and also my research to all of you today in this conference, and allow me to share my slides first. I have to control my slides, right? I cannot share or sorry, Miss Moderator, can I share my slides?
Okay.
Or you will share the slides? Because I don't see here that I have access to share my slides. So you will share my slides and then you will control the slides, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. then I think should be okay. All right. So yeah, I have greeted everyone. So yeah, I'm glad to be here today. This is the topic that I would like to share with all of you. Since the theme of the conference also towards a green future, so I try to talk something that is related to the theme, which it is also correlate with my research topics, which I do research a lot in animal feed, because my field of expertise is animal nutrition. So one of the research scope that I think is, meet the conference theme is black soldier fly larvae. So this is a time where I want to share with you about the black soldier fly larvae, with the potential, the scope of this black soldier fly larvae used as animal feed, which it helps to sustainable for the sustainable agriculture and livestock production. So I'm sure this is also been used extensively in Indonesia in the animal production and animal nutrition field, whereby we are now actually looking at an alternative of this animal protein from black soldier fly larvae. So this is also one of the example of whereby we can apply a circular economy, or we can also support the green green initiative to produce the black soldier fly larvae as animal feed. Okay, next. Can we go to the next slide? Yeah. So before we go further to discuss about all about the black soldier fly larvae, is just to highlight here to give some overview on the issues and challenges of livestock production that we are facing, not only in Malaysia. I'm sure it's also a common issues and challenges facing by Indonesia and also our neighboring countries, because these are actually very common issues which actually affect our livestock production, and it also affect the I have this, and also affect the sustainability of the food security, because nowadays we have to bear in mind that in order for us to have a sustainable of the food animals food supply, we need to tackle, we need to try to find strategies on how to overcome all these issues and challenges. So just to highlight here some of the issues and challenges that we are facing in terms of the ensuring the sustainability of livestock production. So one of the important issues that we are facing is the issues on the production cost. We know that the production cost of these livestock products, livestock animals are actually quite high, and also these actually are not really stable in terms of the product market prices. Okay, and also we look at the issues in terms of the unsustainable production and consumption, which is also associated with the environmental challenges, because we have the climate change, we have the geopolitics, we have the geopolitical issues, which is also one of the challenges that may disrupt the food chain system. All right, so we have this last time we had experience on the COVID-19 pandemic, which this will also disrupt the food supply chain in our country, and therefore we have to also slowly tackle on this issue on how can we be independent, not only dependent or rely on the imported feed ingredients, especially corn, soybean, that normally we import from Argentina, Brazil. So this actually can further disrupt the livestock, the food chain system in our country. And on top of that, we have to also look at the farm management itself, because it's not because we're also facing the issues in terms of the health issue of the livestock, which when there is also a case of the disease outbreaks, or also inappropriate use of the antibiotic, which is not also safe for the human consumption. Okay, and another thing that we have to look into is when we want to use animal feed, we have to consider that ingredients is not being consumed by human, because we want to avoid the human animal feed competition, so that the supply will be continuously available for animal. Okay, so this is some of the issues and challenges that I can highlight as for now, because those are the things that we have to really look into alternative or strategies on how to overcome all these issues and challenges. Okay, next we move on to the next slide, where we can look at the potential. That's why this is where the black soldier fly larvae came into the picture, whereby we see the black soldier fly larvae is one of the alternative protein that is potentially produced locally by our own production, which is also a good thing that about the black soldier fly larvae, because it's actually capable to turn the organic waste into the animal feed. So larvae is considered a highly protein product to be converted and to be formulated as animal feed. That's why in this context, in this livestock production, we need to change the agriculture and food production, so that it can help us to achieve a sustainable, environmental friendly agriculture productivity. And also at the same time, it can help us to meet the demand by the human consumption for animal protein supply. So therefore, we have to not only to consider tackling all the issues that I highlighted earlier, but try to also minimize the impact of the production of this animal feed towards the environmental, towards the supply of the feed itself, so that and also of course the cost, because the cost is the major concern of our industry to sustain. Okay, and next, can we go to the next slide? Yeah. All right. So yeah, that's why the questions comes when we see whether is it possible to substitute corn and soybeans in poultry feed by using this black soldier fly larvae, which this is one of the alternative that we want to try. We try to reduce the dependence on imported food resources. Okay, so that's why we are aware about the cost of the chicken, the cost of the livestock feed, not only chicken. I'm sure aquaculture, ruminant industry, they are also facing problems, issues on the cost of the feed materials, which normally when we buy the raw materials, it normally accounts up to 70% of the total farm production cost. So this actually cause a burden to the farmer, whereby they have to ensure that the feed supply is always continuous. It's always continuously they have to ensure that this feed ingredient has a continuous supply, so that they can add and formulate into the livestock diet, especially chicken and ruminant. But the big issue is, like I mentioned just now, is the cost of the feed that we import. Normally corn and soybean are very high, and it's also sometimes it's not stable. The price in the market, it can go fluctuate because of other factors. Like last time we experienced the fluctuation of this feed cost due to the pandemic COVID, and also it can also affected by the Russia-Ukraine war, because the geopolitical is also not stable, so it may further affect this supply and the price of the feed ingredient that we import. So that's why this black soldier fly larvae come to the picture, because we want to produce our own feed resources, our local feed, which we see the potential of this black soldier fly larvae as to convert the waste and become animal feed. Okay, next. All right, so I think in Malaysia, just for your information, we have been extensively work on this black soldier fly larvae. Research has been done also extensively to look at the potential of this black soldier fly larvae, because we can see that this is one of the alternative feed source, and then it can also serve as the game changer in reducing dependence on imported grains. So but still, the research is still ongoing, and we have to do further studies to characterize, to further confirm that the formulation of this black soldier fly larvae is correct and it meets the requirement for the livestock animals such as poultry. So that's why the potential of this BSFL is still ongoing to explore and also to be developed by our government. And the good thing is because the government also give a full support, because they can see that the black soldier fly larvae production is actually directly supports the circular economy, because it is it can help to produce a zero waste concept in the production. So that's why, if you can see from the slides, this is one of our researcher that is also working a lot in the black soldier fly larvae. In fact, we have characterized the black soldier fly larvae from different various substrates, which is from the organic waste, so that we can see how is the performance of the larvae as well as the performance of the animal when we add the larvae as animal feed. Okay. Next, can we go to the next? All right. All right. So yeah, when we look at this potential of black soldier fly larvae, we are actually developing this production, this product, and because we know that this product has a very good nutritional value, especially the protein, because the protein is also one of the important nutrients that is required by animal, especially poultry. So this because the larvae comes from the black soldier fly, so that black soldier fly is considered as insect. So this insect is actually the main character that actually convert the waste into that is produce the eggs, and the eggs can be used to feed to the substrate, which this waste can be converted into animal feed. Okay, so this is considered as one of the additional value to improve the sustainable consumption in terms of the animal feed and also the black soldier fly larvae. So this is black soldier fly larvae has become a popular topic of research due to its potential in various applications, including organic waste management, soil improvement, and also can be served as natural fertilizer production. Because when we produce black soldier fly larvae, we can consider that it is a zero waste production, because when we harvest the larvae, of course, we use the larvae to add into the feed formulation, and we still consume, we still fully utilize the waste from the a black soldier fly, which the waste we use as the fertilizer. So that is also make an added contribute to an added value, because the fertilizer can be further used to fertilize our crop or our tanaman. Okay, so that is also the good thing about black soldier fly larvae, because it is actually apply a circular economic concept when we produce this BSFL production. And it's just that we are still facing some challenges in terms of the use of this BSFL, because the acceptance and feasibility of this black soldier fly larvae production are still poorly understood. That's why we are now also looking at various programs. We also try to have like awareness or educational program for the community for people to understand better about the potential use of this black soldier fly larvae as animal feed, and how this black soldier fly larvae can also help the crop industry by using their waste as fertilizer. So because this is one of the new things for the industry, for the farmer, for the in terms of their livestock farmer, in terms of the crop farmers. So we have to slowly introduce and explain to them about the potential use of this black soldier fly larvae. Right? Next. All right. So when we look at this black soldier fly larvae, why it is so why it is considered as a added value, high value of the product to be used as animal feed, because we can look at the nutritional content. If you look here, that normally when we do characterization of the larvae itself, we can see that they have a protein content around 38 to 41% and fat around 30 to 30%, which is considered high to be formulated as poultry feed. And that's why we can say that this black soldier fly larvae is considered as one of the alternative protein that has a potential to replace the soybean in the poultry feed. But still, this protein and fat content are also varies depending on the processing methods and the substrate that we use to feed the larvae. Sometimes it can go up to the 45%, 46% for the protein, and also fat can go up to 40%. It depends on the what type of substrate, because sometimes if we use substrate that is also high in the fat and protein content, it may also cause high protein and fat content in the larvae itself. So we have to do further, that's why in this work, in my research also, we have to carefully determine what type of the substrate that we use and how this substrate can be fully utilized by the larvae and absorbed as the protein and fat content when we do the analysis on the larvae. And further, we will formulate the larvae and add into animal feed, so ensure that the protein and fat content from the larvae can also supply or fulfill the requirements of the animal, like chicken. Okay, so these are very standard concept, standard protocols when we use the larvae as animal feed, because we have to check on the protein and fat content first, and then we have to ensure that this fat and protein content also meet the requirement for the animal. Okay, so that's why before we decide to add how much of the BSFL larvae in the feed, we have to determine first how much protein or how much is the nutritional composition of the substrate first, because it will further affect the larvae that produce from that substrate. Okay, next. Okay, and the good thing also about this black soldier fly is because we are able to produce it locally, so we can just collect whatever waste that we have in either in the agriculture sector, either in the food sector, industry sector. We can just use whatever waste they have, and we try to do the characterization of this waste, and we see how can this black soldier fly larvae fully utilize the waste and become a good potential of the protein and an alternative protein source for animal feed. So because it is abundant, because we know the waste is always abundant. I think in Indonesia also we have like abundant of the waste from oil palm plantation itself. So this oil palm waste also considered as one of the good waste that can be used and utilized by the larvae and by the black soldier fly, and you can feed the larvae with the oil palm waste. And if you look at how much and how abundant we have this waste, of course we can produce a very big volume of the black soldier fly larvae. And from our study, we can see that when we measure, we can see that 1 kilogram of the black soldier fly eggs, they can produce around 6 tons of larvae in a very short period of time, around 12 to 14 days. so that within that period we can harvest the larvae and we can further formulate as animals feed. So that's why we call it as the super bioconverter, because in a very short period of time they can produce that much of larvae, like 6 tons, which this 6 ton we can further feed to the substrate, and then we can collect we can collect the larvae to be formulated as animal feed. So that is a good thing of this black soldier fly larvae, because it's cheap and also locally available. Next. Next, can I go next? Okay. And in this way, when we able to produce our own feed resources, so it actually directly help to reduce the animal feed cost. So it can also reduce the dependency on the imported feed, and especially soybean meal, because we know the price is quite expensive. So we can reduce dependency on buying or importing this fish meal and soybean meal. So we can replace black soldier fly larvae, the composition in the feed formulation with black soldier fly. Okay, next. And another thing, another good thing about the consumption of this black soldier fly larvae as animal feed, it is also considered safe, because if you look at the protein, the larvae is actually considered as a natural diet. Kan? If you look at the village chicken, normally they just feed with worms, with whatever available on the grounds. Okay, so we know that this is considered as a natural diet for poultry, because they like the worms, like insects, for the in the diet. So, and when we do further characterization in terms of the safety of this BSFL used as animal feed, we can say that this BSFL is actually safe and has no potential, has no not does not carry any disease or parasite. So it is considered safe, because it will not harm the health of the animals. Okay, next. And yeah, this is what I highlight also just now, because we don't want to do we don't want to have a competition between the animal feed versus a human feed. So black soldier fly larvae is one of the feed that we can say it has more preference towards the animal feed rather than human. So it can consider as non-competitive feed resources with human. So this is also yeah, I don't know, normally we don't eat larvae, we don't eat insects, so I prefer this to be used as animal feed. So we can say that there's no competition between larvae to be used as animal feed versus human diet. And because the production of BSFL also considered as circular economy, using the green concept, so we can say that this is also because they able to recycle the waste. So this is one of the good thing that can minimize the impact of the BSF production towards the environment and also to the climate. Okay, next. And yeah, the good thing, like I mentioned just now, in a very short period of time, we can have the larvae ready, like less a month. So, and also the black soldier fly, also it is known as one of the insects that easy to breed, and they just need like 5 to 6 days to breed before they lay eggs, and then the eggs we will collect to further add into the substrate, and whereby in 12 days, it can produce the larvae. So this is a very good concept that we can see in a short period of time. We can have a circular economic concept that we can produce the larvae from the waste. So it is recycling the waste to become an added value. So that's why it is widely recognized as an environmental friendly approach to recycle waste with an additional benefit or low installation cost. Because to produce this black soldier fly larvae production, the cost is not that much as compared to you have to plant you have to plant soybean, and then you have to fertilize, you have to water the plant. So I mean, you have to ensure that you take care of the plantation. So it is actually time consuming. But using black soldier fly larvae is very straightforward. You just need the waste, and then you just need the eggs that you collect from the black soldier fly. In 5 days, then in less than a month, you can have like 6 tons of the larvae when you collect from 1 kilo of these BSFL eggs. Okay, next. And this is just to show how this circular economy concept is being applied in this black soldier fly larvae, because normally we collect the organic waste as a feedstock for the larvae. So you can be, it can comes from various type of the organic waste. Like in my research now, I'm doing the characterization of the waste from the restaurant, from the student college, from the agriculture activity. Like we have the vegetable waste also, we have also all palm waste. So we collect all this waste, and also another waste that we are actually doing now is waste from industry, especially the bread factory, waste from the flour factory. So we do this, we collect the waste and we do the characterization. And of course, we have to see how good is the waste, because sometimes, especially the food waste, you need to have an extra work to segregate the waste from the bone, from the plastic, from the straw. So something that you need to properly prepare the waste for before you feed to the larvae. So you have the organic waste, and then of course you have the process whereby you harvest the larvae, and then you put it in the animal feed. You do the formulation. Of course, you have to see how much is the suitable inclusion of this larvae, because you have to consider the cost, you have to consider the supply, and you have to consider the requirement of this protein and fat content to the animal. So when you have this, of course, you can add into the diet, and then you can feed to the animal. And also for the frass, or for the waste of this larvae, you can still collect and you can use as fertilizer. So in this work, we use this fertilizer to fertilize our napier, because the napier will be further used as animal feed for ruminant. So see how good is the circular economy concept being applied. It's not only in one aspect or one scope of the subject, like in this case black soldier fly. We also use this larvae to animal, to poultry feed, and also the waste we convert into fertilizer, and we feed to we use the fertilizer for napier, and then this napier will be further used for animal feed for ruminant. Okay, so this is a good example of the circular economy concept, from larvae into animal feed, and into poultry feed, into the ruminant feed. Okay, next. Okay, and now we look at this. This is also the whole chain of this black soldier fly larvae, from the waste treatment and from the organic waste from this ground. We collect the waste, and then we do some treatment and product and add into the black soldier fly larvae until we collect and we add into we add as animal feed. So this is also one of the income generation for our research group. Okay, next, because the income generation is not only for you to sell the larvae, but you can also sell the biomass or fertilizer, so that it can further use for the plantation. Right, next. Okay, yeah, there's not always have a good side of this black soldier fly larvae. We see the potential. We know that this is something that must go. It is good for further use and overcome the challenges. But still, because this is considered challenges as well, because in comparison, the black soldier fly larvae with the soybean and corn, of course, the soy is very far in terms of the application. The larvae is considered like a new things that is been considered now as animal feed and been researched and been explored at this now to replace the soybean and corn. So that's why there are still limited scientific information available on the impact of this black soldier fly larvae on animal, especially in poultry. And also the inclusion of this larvae, as I mentioned just now, is also depends on what type of substrate that we use, and because it will further affect the performance of the animals that we add the black soldier fly larvae into the feed. So that's why if we want to look as for example, for instance, if we want to do this and poultry feed from animal from black soldier fly larvae, so we have to really do a characterization and also further study on how this poultry production and feeding system to be established and optimized, so that we can ensure an optimum inclusion of the black soldier fly larvae can be adopted with a reasonable price and also with a good productive performance to the animal. So therefore, the guidelines and nutritional values of this black soldier fly larvae from that is produced from different type of substrates needs to be established. And also we have to ensure that a precise ration formulation for this animal using black soldier fly larvae need to be also documented. Okay, so we have to further characterize in terms of this aspect. Okay, and that's why in my research we conduct a qualitative evaluation of this black soldier fly larvae, both in terms of their nutritional value and also feeding value to the chicken, to look at the performance of the chicken, and also we also look at the production cost. We also look at the nutritional value of the substrate as well as the larvae, and also nutritional value of the meat, because we do also the meat quality. So see how extensive the work actually been carried out for this black soldier fly larvae, because we want to ensure that the potential of this black soldier fly larvae is being explored comprehensively. We start from the larvae itself production until the formulation, until the performance of the chicken with regards to their performance in terms of the growth as well as the meat quality. Okay, next. And then this is just to give an overview on what been researched by our team in UPM, because like I mentioned just now, we want to establish a guidelines, we want to establish a standard protocol of this black soldier fly larvae using various organic waste. So that's why we do this characterization. We do the characterization of this larvae from the breeders of from the fly itself as a breeders, and then we collect the larvae and further we characterize the larvae in terms of the nutritional composition and their performance. And also next we do a characterization of the nutritional composition of larvae, which will further allow us to have a balanced and good formulation diet using this BSFL based diet in chicken. So we actually do it how to say, our research are actually more towards the chicken feed and also aqua feed, not yet into ruminant feed, because considering the amount that we need to add larvae in the ruminant, the size of the ruminant is also big, so we focus only in chicken and aqua feed first. Okay, so we do this characterization of this BSFL so that we have a good formulation diet for chicken as well as for the fish, and then from there we further characterize the health, the growth performance and meat quality of this chicken and fish at the end of the study. So this is like the whole comprehensive work that been carried out in our research team for black soldier fly larvae. Right, next. And just to highlight also not only we are actually focusing on the research, but we also do some community work because some of the smallholder farmers are very keen and looking forward to produce their own larvae and to feed their own livestock or their own chicken or backyard chicken or village chicken. So we can also help them in terms of the knowledge transfer program on how to produce the larvae. So that's why in terms of this, because we see their knowledge, their awareness about this larvae is still limited. That's why we can say this is one of the things that we need to convey the message or to share the knowledge in terms of the awareness, in terms of the acceptance level, in terms of the halal status. Halal status is also one of the issue, especially if we know that the substrate is actually comes from so called like ragu-ragu sauce. So that's why we have to ensure that this has to be clear at the beginning of the BSF production. So in terms of the social responsibility that we want to highlight to this community is also including the health risk. Okay, we have to also stress on the hygienic issues. So these are the things that we are still working towards this social aspect of black soldier fly larvae, so that people can understand better about the why we need to use BSFL, why they have to have an education, we have to awareness about this, and how can they accept this slowly to become as animal feed for their livestock. Okay, next. And also the technology that we also use for black soldier fly larvae also varies. If it's a smallholder, of course, the technology is not that high. It's just we can consider like DIY concept. But if the black soldier fly larvae producer that is from the industry, the big industry, of course, they need this technology development. So when we look at the technology development, of course, it comes together with the high cost. So that's why whenever they have this technology, they have all this equipment, high-tech equipment, of course, they need further skills and talent. So to handle all this instrument in this equipment from the larvae production until the feed formulation. So this has to also ensure the quality of the product to be also consistent all the time. So that's why when you look at the technology, it's not applies for the smallholder, it's more applied to the BSFL producer that has high technology in producing the larvae. And next. And of course, the environment, we have to also ensure when we are producing the black soldier fly larvae, we try to protect the environment as much as possible. So we try to ensure that this ecosystem, our biodiversity will not be further disrupted. And we want to ensure, we will highlight that the consumption of this waste for BSFL production is actually very high. And that's why we want to we want to always remain this black soldier fly larvae production as circular economy and zero waste concept. Okay, next. And then, yeah, in terms of the economy, of course, we have to always count the production cost from the waste collection until the animals until we add into the animal feed. So we want to ensure that with this cost benefit analysis, we can predict how much that we can save from producing our own feed resources in comparison to feed that we imported. Okay, so that's why we have to calculate throughout the supply chain of this black soldier production, black soldier fly larvae production, so that we can see at what stage that we can adjust accordingly the cost of the production. Okay, next. And the political and policy, of course, because whenever we have a new product to be added as animal feed, the policy needs to come first, because we want to ensure that our local people are aware about the potential use of this BSFL as animal feed. And then also we want to ensure there's also support from the government, from the industry, to further use this and give way of this, to welcome this product in the industry, so that we want to have a very good standard and very good guidelines or policy in terms of the usage of this black soldier fly larvae as animal feed. Okay, next. Yeah, so this is the way forward as animal feed. We want to see how this BSFL can further expand, the industry and further expand in Malaysia, I think in Indonesia also, because it's still in early stage, which we require further support and investment to develop, become a big industry. Okay, that's why more research and development in terms of the breeding, processing, and marketing of this BSFL are really needed to minimize the barriers and risks, and also to further strengthen the global industry pipeline. So we also want to ensure that this development of regulation and standards can also ensure the safety and quality of the BSFL product. And lastly, we really need a full support and engagement of the multiple stakeholders across public and private sectors to ensure that this black soldier fly larvae can go further and can be applied as animal feed as a whole, to replace our imported feed ingredient, so that we can reduce the dependency on the imported raw materials as animal feed. Okay, next. Yeah, I think that's all that I can share as for now. I thank you. I give back the session to the moderator.
Okay, thank you, Associate Professor Hasliza, for the informative and inspiring presentation. We now invite your question for a short and Q&A session. Okay, participant, if you have a question, please raise your hand or proceed to the microphone if available, or write your question in the room chat. Kindly state your name and department or affiliation before asking your question. And keep your query concise so we can accommodate as many participants as possible. Okay, let's begin. Okay, Prof. Here I will read the question in the room chat from Rosalind Gultom from Animal Science Department. Okay, the question, if I would like to ask your perspective on the use of BSFL as animal feed to support sustainable agriculture and livestock production. Based on your experience and research, which organic feed substrate have proven most effective and ideal for changing BSFL productive while producing larvae with optimal nutritional quality?
I can answer
Addition-
now. You still have more questions.
Additional, do you have any specific recommendation regarding substrate management or pre-treatment methods to maximize BSFL cultivation outcome both economically and environmentally? Furthermore, I also ask your view on utilizing agro-industrial byproduct from the palm oil industry as feed substrate for BSFL production. In your opinion, does this material have the potential to produce larvae that are healthy and safe to be used as animal feed?
Okay, I try to answer one by one because quite a lot of questions. Okay, yeah, it's very interesting questions because I also like to discuss about the substrate because we are actually doing it now. We do a further characterization of various substrates, so I can share based on our experience, based on what we've based on our finding. Okay, yeah, and one thing when you ask about the what substrate is considered the best for growing this larvae, to grow this larvae from black soldier fly, from our experience, I can say, like I mentioned also earlier in my talk just now, when we want to produce a good quality of larvae, we have to also look at the quality of the substrate. So in this case, if you want to have high protein and high fat of larvae, we have to also look at what type of substrate that can be also considered to have protein and fat content, high fat and protein content. So in this case, when we do this characterization, we have tried so many substrates. So one of the good substrate that we can see that can produce good quality of larvae is the waste from soy. Kalau Indonesia ni apa ya? Tofu. What do you call it?
Tahu in Indonesia.
Apa itu di Indonesia? Kalau tahu, yeah. So
Yeah.
it's because I'm sure in Indonesia you all punya bakso, you have because there's so much of production of this tofu, right? So soybean. Okay, so the waste from the soybean, when people extract the soybean, and you have the waste, so when they make tofu also they have the waste. So the waste from this tofu, from the waste from the soybean, is considered one of the good substrate for black soldier fly larvae, because we know that the tofu is also one of the product or material that has high protein. So as the waste, so the waste can be further used as the substrate for larvae. And another thing that we found recently, the good thing of this substrate, another type of the substrate that is good for black soldier fly larvae is the waste from bread factory. The waste from kilang roti kan, kalau roti, they have also waste. Sometimes they have the expired bread, so you can further use that as a substrate for black soldier fly larvae, because the bread, we consider that is also high in terms of the because it's also considered dry. The characteristic of the substrate also play a very important factors in determining the quality of the larvae itself. Okay, for instance, like you mentioned just now, how about the waste from oil palm industry? We have also tested the waste from palm kernel cake, and also palm kernel cake. We can use this waste, but we have to be very careful because the waste is also contain a lot of fat. So a lot of fat is also not good for the larvae, because it can be too much moisture, too much grease or fat in that how to say, because we have to have this like macam container kan. So if the container with a lot of moisture, a lot of fat, also not good for larvae, because they tend to sink ataupun macam they tend to kita panggil apa, drown, macam lemas so nanti dia akan mati. So that's why if you want to choose the substrate, try to choose the substrate which we know it has quite good amount of the protein and fat content. That is one factor. Another factor, you have to also check that the substrate is not too wet or moist, because that will not help the growth of the black soldier fly larvae. Okay, because we experienced last time when we use the substrate from vegetable waste. Normally vegetable kan udah habis expirednya, kayaknya jadi basah kan. Jadi kalau basah, if it's wet, it will trap the moisture and the water, and the larvae will not survive in that condition. So that's why either you have to add additional work by drying vegetable waste so that you remove all the moisture and water, then only you feed to the larvae. Or else you have to see, that is one of the alternative way to dry the substrate, because the substrate should be dry, not too wet, not too dry, just nice for the larvae to grow and to utilize the nutrients from the substrate. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Hasliza. Okay, the second question from Arsianus Sanar. My name is Arsianus Sanar. I'm a student of animal science. I find the topic on black soldier fly larva very interesting, especially in the context of sustainable livestock production. I would like to ask, what are the potential risks or limitation of large-scale implementation of black soldier fly larva as animal feed, particularly in terms of food safety, regulation, and how it is accepted by farmers?
So I can answer now. Is that the question? All right. Okay. Like I mentioned also just now, because in Malaysia, we can consider this is one of the new industry. It is actually growing. People are still, because there are still gaps or limitations in applying or in utilizing these black soldier fly larvae in a large scale. So that's why further research are needed to be conducted to characterize the potential of this, how much is the inclusion of black soldier fly larvae can be added into animal feed, and how can we minimize the cost of the black soldier fly larvae production. So those are the risk or the limitation that we are still encountered now in terms of converting, or in terms of pushing up this black soldier fly larvae to the bigger scale, to the big industry. So because our feed mill also cannot simply accept or agree to add this black soldier fly larvae in the formulation, because one thing, the industry is still at small scale, so they need a big amount of the product to be added into animal feed. So that is one of the limitation. And another one is also because sometimes the production of black soldier fly larvae, you have to see the quality, the nutritional composition are varies based on what type of substrate that you use. So that's why we need to come up with a standard protocol, a standard guideline on how is the criteria of this black soldier fly larvae, if it's produced from soybean waste, if it's produced from oil palm waste, if it's produced from vegetable waste, so that we can have a standard guideline and we can have a standard quality of the black soldier fly larvae. Because in order for you to add larvae into the feed formulation, it's not also an easy task, because you have to meet the requirement for the animal. So in order to meet the requirement of animal, you have to have a standard, or you have to have a considered like standard, or how to say, uniform nutritional composition of the larvae itself. Because we cannot just say, oh, today we have like 40% of protein from larvae from substrate from soybean, and the next week we have larvae with protein like 20% because it's from the food waste. So we cannot do that because it's very difficult to apply in the animal feed industry. So normally we have to come up with a very standard and uniform quality of the product, so that it can be easy to add as animal feed. So that's why, because it's not only in terms of the nutritional composition, we have to consider, because your question also, you concerned about the food safety and regulation. So that is also related to the food safety and regulation. That's why in order to have a standard feed formulation, standard quality of the feed materials, you need to have also the regulations. In terms of the food safety also, you need to further characterize to ensure that when you use this and when you add black soldier fly larvae as animal feed, everything is actually considered safe, considered considered safe, considered also benefit to the animal and also to the industry. Okay.
The next question from Magdalena Nadia Natania from Agricultural Social Economics. Every day, people produce waste, including organic and inorganic waste. People also lack awareness to dispose of waste properly and are unable to manage waste effectively, resulting in pollution such as bad odor, disease outbreaks, flooding, and more. The question, Prof, what are the effective ways of solution to overcome these problems?
Okay. Very interesting question, because this is also one of the things that we are doing now, because like I mentioned, we are not only do research on black soldier fly larvae, our team also is responsible to have to also share to also help industry community and also industry to further understand about the future of this black soldier fly larvae. So one of the because we do this by how to say, we have different target of the people or community that we can tackle to highlight about the use of this black soldier fly larvae, especially in terms of the waste, like what you concerned just now. Yes, indeed, it is one of the problem because normally people are not how to say, not so educated, bukan kita nak kata tak educated lah, but not so aware about and not so bother about segregate the waste according to okay, kalau you recycle should throw this into recycled bin. If it's memang totally waste and cannot be recycled and consumed, you should separate in another bin. So that is also lacking in our community. So that is also one of our responsibility to have this awareness education program. We go to the school, we go to the college, we educate them on the good thing of you to segregate the waste so that you can save the planet. You can also help the industry like soldier fly larvae, because we need the waste that is considered clean without mixing everything in one bin. So if you segregate this, you can help to recycle waste, and also the waste that is potentially used as substrate for BSFL can further use and convert as animal feed. So until this stage, we have to go to the school, we have to go to the university, even to the community, to the farmer. We have to tell them this is what we are doing now, and this is also the collaborative work, or also the initiative that we can do together to recycle the waste, to save the planet, to save the environment, so that people are actually working together and have their responsibility. Okay, and it depends on different target of the people, different, maybe we look at the education level, we look at their lifestyle, because to village people, you cannot just go and tell them about education, but you have to try to be at their situation, their condition, and try to nicely talk to them about this is not safe to just throw like this, you have to do it. So it actually use your own way on how to convince and tell them about recycling waste, and also on how the waste can be further converted as an added value to help the industry. So basically, you need to do some sort of the awareness and education program, and also in fact, in the school curriculum also, we try to work together with the community and industry. Like, we can ask them to also highlight this in the teaching syllabus. Okay, in the industry also, we try to help we try to get the support from the industry so that when they have the cafeteria or when they have operational at their workplace, so that they can educate their staff to recycle the waste according to a proper way. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Prof. And next question from Mariano Risandionas. The question was, challenge are there in increasing the production of black soldier fly larvae for commercial animal feed application? Because for the now, the confidence to process BSF into commercial feed in livestock in lacking, while judging from the nutritional content, it is very good for livestock development.
Yeah, this is also the thing that I highlight earlier, because it is still in a small scale industry, so there are so challenges and limitations to upscale this industry, because we need to further characterize and do a lot of research in terms of this. So because we see that is potential to commercial this BSL as animal feed, but because of this how to say limitation and gap, that's why we are working closely. We do also engagement closely with the big industry. We also, like in Malaysia, we have quite numbers or a lot of BSFL producers, which is in the big scale. So we work together with them. We try to also overcome their issues. We try to help them to solve their issues, because normally BSF producer in a big, they also have issues in terms of getting supply of the substrate, and also getting a standard amount or quantity or quality of the substrate. And whenever they produce the larvae, they have also various quality of the larvae. So that's where the research comes and helps them to fill the gap. So we work closely with them, and then we also try to also convince the government and try to look at the potential of this, so that they can also provide financial and grant for the research to be conducted in a big scale. So to look at the feasibility, to look at the potential of this alternative protein source from black soldier fly larvae to replace the soybean and grain. And not only that, we also work closely and engage with agencies like Department of Veterinary Service, like the agriculture sector, so that those agencies are actually aware about research and also potential of this black soldier fly larvae. And slowly we hope that they can understand and see the good thing of this black soldier fly larvae, and at least they can open the room, open the door, so that we can penetrate the industry, and we can convince that this is also a good thing, that we can together reduce the dependency on imported feed. So because everything is by proof. So that's why this research, we need to prove to them we have conducted this kind of study, and this is what we found. This is a good thing about black soldier fly larvae. And if we have the standard protocol, we have to share with them. We have to tell them, if you do this protocol with using the soybean waste, this is what you got from the larvae, and it's just quite standard. So just use this protocol. So that's why in terms of the research, in terms of the work that we need to characterize the larvae, the production of the black soldier fly larvae, we have to also share this info to the agency, industry, and community, so that they trust us, they rely on what we conduct in the research, and they can see this is not like by talking, but it's actually by doing the research. So we found this, we have the data, we have the findings to share with them, and we can at least convince them about the potential of this black soldier fly larvae. Okay.
Next question from Tony Hardy, Prof. From Social Economics of Agricultural. The question, how does BSF larva protein outperform traditional feeds, fish meal or soy, in terms of nutrition and environmental impact?
Okay. In terms of the nutritional composition, I can answer in terms of nutrition because in terms of environmental impact, we are now actually doing the carbon footprint analysis as well in the black soldier fly larvae production because we want to ensure that it can also help to minimize the carbon footprint production. So that work is still ongoing. I cannot share the finding yet because we are still in the analysis of that data for the carbon footprint. So that is also one of the aspect that we try to say that this BSF production can also help to minimize the environmental impact. But on the other side, we can see because environmental impact is not only to look at the carbon footprint, you can look at how can we look at the whole process of this BSF production because we know the process of BSF production, it involves from the utilization of the waste itself. So the waste can, let's say, for instance, we use the waste from oil palm, we use the waste from vegetable, we use the waste from the market. So those waste actually goes to BSF production, further recycle and produce the larvae, and this larvae will further use as animal feed. And from when we harvest the larvae, we also harvest the waste from the black soldier fly, and then we use as fertilizer. So those circular economy or recycle zero waste concept actually can also answer, can say that it helps to minimize the environmental impact because we don't dump the waste into landfill, we don't burn the waste. Instead, the waste we further utilize for the larvae and become animal feed. So that is about environmental impact. In terms of the nutritional, we do also comparison between nutritional composition of the feed with BSFL and the feed with soybean and also fish meal. Okay, and we don't see any difference in terms of the performance of the animal. In fact, the animals are actually good in terms of their intake, in terms of their growth, in terms of their quality, meat quality. So that is about the nutritional composition of the animal product. In terms of the larvae itself, sometimes when we use larvae as like from the soybean waste, we can have the protein content slightly higher than soybean and fish meal. So that's why we can say that the potential of this black soldier fly larvae to replace the composition of the soybean and fish meal in the animal feed formulation. Because especially the substrate, if it's fresh, it's not like udah 2-3 hari larvae waste, but it's still fresh. We feed to the larvae, we can get larvae with good protein and fat content. In fact, they can be slightly higher than soybean and fish meal. So that's why we have to come up with the standard protocol on how can we choose the substrate, how can we process the substrate so that we can get the larvae which of good quality in terms of the nutritional content. Okay.
Okay, Prof. Maybe the last question from Ana Maria from Animal Husbandry Department. Saying from Prof. Hasli, the material is very good, but in the field condition of BSF cultivation, there are many challenges. So what challenges are there in increasing the production of black soldier fly larvae for widespread agriculture use, and how can they be overcome?
I think this is also something that I have answered just now because the challenges of upscaling the black soldier fly larvae production is still we aware about the challenges because now we are doing a lot of the research characterization of black soldier fly larvae so that we can convince the industry, we can convince the community about the potential use of this black soldier fly larvae. And also we can convince the government because the funding is very critical, is very demanding to upscale this black soldier fly larvae production, because if there's no money, there's no fund to support this production, BSF production, there's also no point, kan? So that's why in order to get the funding, in order to get the fund to support financial support, we have to prove that in the small scale study it has a potential to be commercialized in a big scale, or to commercialize into a bigger industry, so that it can help to the industry to reduce the dependency of the imported feed. So that's why I said the challenges are still there, but inshallah, if we work together, if we believe on this work that we need to properly characterize, we need to do proper research, we need to further explore in terms of their methods, in terms of their food safety, in terms of their availability, in terms of their cost. So everything needs to be further studied, and everything is actually ongoing to characterize, to study, so that we can we can provide those information to the industry, to the government, and then they can see the potential is actually there, and hopefully they can open the door, and then they can also support and join together with us to help the industry to go for bigger scale.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Thank you all for your thoughtful question, and thank you once again to Associate Professor Hasliza for her clear and valuable responses about black soldier larva fly as animal feed for sustainable agriculture and livestock production. Issues and challenges in the livestock industry to ensure the sustainability of food security, sufficient, safe, nutritious, and affordable food supply from BSF. Because in my opinion, Prof, for the livestock industry in terms of feeds, the expenditure in the largest, so it's require other alternative source of feed ingredients that have the appropriate nutritional content to provide to needs of livestock. I also hope that nutritional content of BSF, which is rich in protein, can make it a potential future fit for the livestock world. Okay, on behalf of the organizing committee and Universitas Katolik Indonesia SANTU Paulus RUTENG, I would like to express our sincere gratitude to Associate Professor Hasliza Abu Hasim for joining us today and contributing to the success of this conference. As a token of appreciation, we would like to show the certificate of appreciation. Okay, thank you very much for Professor Dr. Hasliza, and have a nice day, Prof.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm Puspita as moderator today. I would like to give the session back to MC.
Our sincere gratitude to our esteemed keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Hasliza Abu Hasim, for sharing her valuable expertise, and to our moderator, Ms. Puspita, for facilitating an engaging session. Next, we move to the third keynote speaker. Our third keynote session features a distinguished expert in the field, Insinyur Patricius Faldoni Sandi, ST.MT. It is my pleasure to introduce the moderator for this session, Mr. Indra Susanto MT Sol. Mr. Indra will guide us through this session and introduce our esteemed keynote speaker. To Mr. Indra, the screen is now yours.
Check, check. Good morning, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, keynote speakers, and honored participants. We would like to thank you for staying with us until this third keynote speech. We now proceed to a highly anticipated segment of our conference, and this presentation promises to deliver invaluable insights from a prominent figure in the field. It is a great honor for me that I introduce our esteemed keynote speaker for the third session today, Mr. Insinyur Patricius Faldoni Sandi, ST.MT. Mr. Sandi currently holds the significant position of Head of the Civil Engineering Study Program at Universitas KATOLIK Indonesia, SANTU Paulus RUTENG. Academically, he holds a professional engineering title, Insinyur, from Universitas Katolik Widya Mandala, Surabaya, and a Master of Engineering from Institut Teknologi 10 November, Surabaya, and the Bachelor of Engineering from Universitas Dr. Sutomo, Surabaya. Professionally, Mr. Sandi has served as a civil engineering lecturer at Unika Santu Paulus Ruteng since 2022. He is also an active competency certification assessor for construction workers. His contributions have garnered notable recognition, including the Best Presenter Award at both the International Conference on Civil, Architecture, Environmental Engineering, and Technology in 2024, and the Seminar Praktik Keinsinyuran in 2025, alongside a special award for research in 2024. Given his extensive background and accomplishments, we anticipate an exceptionally insightful presentation. With us today, he will be delivering a keynote speech entitled Empowering People for Sustainable Futures, Rethinking Human Capital in Construction Management. Hello, Mr. Faldoni. How are you today?
Hello, Mr. Indra. Thank you so much. I'm good. How are you today, Mr. Indra?
I'm good, thank you. And now I would like to give the screen and time to yours.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Mr. Indra, thank you so much for opening this session so gracefully. Let me begin by greeting some amazing people in this room, for the Dean, Dr. Yuliana Wahyu, and of course, the chair of the organizing committee of this international conference, Dr. Leonardo Spar. And absolutely, especially our moderator today, Mr. Indra Susanto, we know each other for about 15 years. So I think you know me better than what I wrote on my CV. Okay. Yeah, I'm Faldo. I'm from the civil engineering study program. I'm a lecturer and the head of the study program. Actually, I have to admit, this is my very first time being a keynote speaker. So I feel honored, excited, and yes, a little nervous. So if I stumble a bit or sound unsure, please bear with me, just smile and pretend it's part of the show. Okay, since I'm not a native English speaker, Mr. Indra, I would also like to kindly ask your bit of support, especially during the Q&A session later on. But I'll do my best, but I trust you, sir, to help make me sure everything flows smoothly and correctly in English. Okay, the title of my talk is Empowering People for Sustainable Futures, Rethinking Human Capital in Construction Management. Why I have to choose this topic to present today? Actually, when we talk about the sustainable construction, we often imagine green materials, smart building, or advanced technology. Yeah, this is important, but what about the people, the workers who build the structure with their hands? In many developing countries, including Indonesia, more than 80% of construction work is still done manually, often with limited skills and inadequate welfare. So if we want true sustainability, we must start with empowering people, not just the building, but the builders. So today I will present something unique about civil engineering, the social issues. I don't talking about mathematics, calculus, materials, building like bridge, houses, or anything like that. But I will talking about social issues on civil engineering, especially about people who build our buildings. Okay. All right. Before we dive into the main content of today's presentation, I think it's important that we take a step back and ask ourselves a simple, especially for my students or civil engineering students or my partner in civil engineering department, yet often overlooked questions. If we're talking about sustainable building and smart construction, but who actually build them? Let's pause for a moment and look at this image. The first one is a striking illustration from an article published in the Financial Times, a major media outlet in the United States of America. It shows a construction worker holding a sign that reads, "Machines don't feed families, support the workers." Then another image comes from closer to home, from Indonesia. It highlights a growing concern that as technology advances, many low-skilled workers, especially in constructions, are at risk of being left behind. These visuals are not just powerful, they are provocative. They reveal something that I believe is a deep contradiction in our thinking. Yeah, we celebrate innovation, we pursue digital transformation, but in that celebration, have we forgotten the people? Technology is supposed to empower us, but why in many cases that it feel like it threatens that very existence of workers? That's the paradox. That's the anomaly we need to confront. So today, I invite you to reflect with me through 4 key conditions about the human capital, about human resources, about the workforces in construction industry. Okay, the first, sustainability is not just about building, it's about the people who build them. When we talk about the future of development, we often envision advanced technologies and grand infrastructure. But how often do we remember the face behind it? the workers, the technician, the site managers, the contractors, the project consultants, the subcontractors in the project. It's the human element that ultimately determines whether sustainability is real. Second, human capital is the forgotten pillar of sustainable construction. Over 80% of construction work in developing country, like I mentioned before, is still done manually with limited skills and inadequate welfare. Amidst the global push for sustainable development, why are we still overlooking our most vital asset, people? The third, without skilled and empowered workers, sustainability is just a slogan. Imagine a magnificent construction project, a mega project, built with green materials, innovative materials, cutting-edge technology like BIM, IoT, DOT, or the another cutting-edge technology, but it fails simply because the workers were not trained, empowered, or valued. That is why today we need to shift our focus. We don't talking concrete and steel anymore, but we talking about the people who built them. And the last one, technology build the structure, people build the future. Sustainability is not just about building that don't collapse. It's about lives that don't collapse. So today I invite all of us to rethink, what does sustainability mean if we ignore the people within it? So we go to the next slide. It's about technocentric sustainability versus human-centric sustainability. We have to reframing our sustainability paradigm, our thinking about the sustainability, especially in construction industry. In recent decades, sustainability actually has emerged as a dominant theme across the global construction industry. As we all know, the construction sector plays a pivotal role, not only in driving development and economic growth, but also in contributing significantly to global environmental challenges, including climate change. Sustainability, therefore, is no longer a mere ideal. It has become an essential part of corporate strategies aimed at improving efficiency, compliance, and competitiveness. However, the dominant interpretation of sustainability in construction has been largely technocentric. Once again, technocentric, or we call it technocentric sustainability in Indonesia, keberlanjutan berpusat pada teknologi. This means that most sustainability effort have focused heavily on technological solution. Things like green building certification, energy efficiency, low carbon materials, digitalization to building information modeling, or we call it BIM or BIM in Indonesia, automation, and artificial intelligence or AI. While these advancements are undoubtedly important, they represent just one side of the side of the sustainability equation. This prevailing technocentric sustainability paradigm assumes that technology alone can solve the complex environmental and resource-related challenges we face. But in doing so, it often neglects one of the most critical components of the construction ecosystem, human beings, particularly the construction workforce. According to UNESCO in 2021, correct me if I'm wrong, sustainable development cannot be achieved through technological progress only. It must also integrate a social, cultural, and human dimension in a meaningful way. In practice, the people who build our infrastructure, the laborers, site workers, the tradespeople, remain largely excluded from the benefit or industrial transformation. They face structural barriers such as low skill, minimal labor protection, limited access to training, and growing digital inequality. This issue is particularly evident in developing countries. In Indonesia, for example, in Insan, statistics from 2023 revealed that over 70% of construction workers operate the informal sector without social protection or adequate training. Similar condition exists in another Asian countries that have similarities with us by culture or social culture similarities with us, like Philippines, Vietnam, Bangladesh, where the construction workforce is still predominantly composed of low-wage, low-skilled manual laborers, so low paid for the laborers or for the workforces. This disconnect has created a new kind of inequality, a sustainability divide, or in management konstruksi or in management project, we call sustainability divide is jurang keberlanjutan. The gains from the green developments are not shared by the very people who physically realize that project. Sustainability in this sense become an exclusive concept, technologically sophisticated but socially blind. So we always focus, if we're talking about the sustainable construction or sustainable development, we're always talking about that technology, but we forget about the social impact or socially dimension. For this reason, we need a paradigm shift from a purely technocentric model to a human-centered sustainability approach. So this means placing workers and their well-being at the heart of our sustainability strategies. And it means investing in skills developments, ensuring decent work condition, providing social protection, and empowering the labor force to participate meaningfully in the transition. Without this human-centered focus, human-centric sustainability or human-centered focus is keberlanjutan berpusat pada manusia or human-centric. Sustainability risks becoming nothing more than a hollow slogan, unable to address the deeper social and economic inequalities embedded in our system. This is especially crucial for developing countries like ours, where the need for equitable and inclusive development is most urgent. Okay. We go to the basic theory of this presentation of this knowledge about sustainability in construction. Sustainability in the construction sector is not solely about energy efficiency of the use of environmentally friendly materials. It also encompasses the core principle of sustainability, which include three main dimensions. Environmental, social, and economic. So if we're talking about the sustainable development goals or the sustainable construction or sustainable development, we always including these three dimensions. The first is economic, the second one is social, and the last one is environmental, or we call it TBL, or triple bottom line: people, planet, and profit. So this concept is commonly referred to as the triple bottom line. Once again, triple bottom line or TBL, which highlights the importance of the people for the social dimension, planet for environmental dimension, and profit for economic dimensions. While the adoption of the green technologies, such as green building and renewable energy, often dominates the discourse, true sustainability goes beyond a technological solution. Social and economic sustainability in construction actually focuses on improving quality of life, ensuring workers' well-being, and promoting long-term business viability through inclusive and equitable collaboration among all stakeholders. So what we're talking today is social dimension of sustainable developments, especially on construction industry. According to UNEP, UNEP is United Nations Environment Program, I think, in 2019, more than 40% of global carbon emissions come from the construction and building sector. Therefore, technology plays a crucial role in reducing the industry carbon footprint. However, sustainability must be viewed more holistically, also addressing social aspects such as improving working condition and reducing social inequality within the construction workforce. Let me invite you to take a look at this image. Essentially, it represents the three core pillars of sustainability: people, profit, and planet, or in other terms, social, economic, and environmental dimension, like I'm mentioned before. None of this is more important than the others. They are meant to be equal and balanced. However, in practice, many industry players tend to prioritize the profit, leading to the development of technologies that aim to reduce labor cost, often by cutting down the number of workers, or they are unwilling to spend more money to invest in workers through training and other development efforts. On the other hand, some focus heavily on the planet, as if sustainability is solely about environmental preservation. This brings us to an important question. Where does the social or human dimension stand? Unfortunately, this aspect often receives the less attention. I think as if it's not attractive enough. It's not attractive enough to be discussed seriously. And energy efficiency receive greater attention. Social sustainability focus on human resources is often overlooked. So human-centered sustainability highlights the importance of construction workers not only as a key implementers of technology, but also as agent of change in achieving sustainability. Social sustainability encompasses sustainable skills development, labor welfare, and equal opportunity. The transformation of this sector will be significantly hindered. In this context, the International Labour Organization, or ILO, one organization under UN, emphasize that the construction sector in developing countries is often trapped in a cycle of poverty, with workers lacking access to adequate education and training. This exacerbates social and economic inequality and limit workers' ability to adapt to technological change essential for sustainable development. If we're talking about technology and human resource in construction, we have to describe as a low-tech industry. In the construction sector is described as a low-tech industry. However, in recent decades, there have been significant efforts to integrate advanced technologies such as building information modeling, or BIM or BIM, the Internet of Things or IoT, and robotic to improve efficiency and reduce carbon footprints. Nowadays, we have prefabricated materials, prefabricated structures as an innovative technology in construction industry. Nevertheless, as noted by some researcher, attention to the workforce, especially in terms of skill and training, has not kept pace with these technological advancements. In fact, within the context of green infrastructure development, the success of new technologies and readiness of workers to operate them. Therefore, it's essential to create a framework that integrates human resource development with technological adoption. Without a skilled workforce, green technology actually and automation cannot be fully optimized in construction industry. There are three key human resource challenges in achieving sustainability in construction. The first, skill gaps and workforce readiness for a technological transformation. The second one, poor job quality and socioeconomic vulnerability of construction workers. Dimension in construction. Students are smiling right now because every day, in my class, I always talking about I was talk about sustainability, especially for social sustainability in my class, yeah, especially in management project. Okay, let's begin by looking at how technology adoption, such as BIM, Building Information Modeling, IoT, AI, and prefabrication, like what I mentioned before, is driving sustainability and efficiency in the construction industry. These technologies are transforming how projects are planned, designed, executed. By improving design accuracy, controlling costs, and reducing carbon emissions, they are making construction processes more efficient and environmentally friendly. However, in developing countries, including Indonesia, this rapid digitalization is exposing a growing digital divide. In Indonesia, jurang digital. So let's take a look at this illustration. Yeah, digital divide on this illustration. It shows two different sides of the same world, separated by what we call the digital divide or jurang digital. This divide represents the gap in the access to and use of digital technologies between those who have it and those who don't. On one side, we have people and regions with access to modern digital tools and skills, while on the other, many are still relying on outdated methods. Now imagine this. Technology is advancing rapidly, but workers' skills are not keeping pace. This creates an imbalance. The workforce is not ready for the technological demands of the modern world. The digital divide, or I call it jurang digital, refers to the gap between those who have access to and can use modern technologies and those who are left behind. In many developing countries, including Indonesia and the other Asian countries like Indonesia, a significant portion of the workforce is struggling to keep up with this technological advancement. For example, data from Bappenas, I don't know Bappenas in English. Bappenas is Badan Perencanaan dan Pembangunan Nasional. In 2022 shows that only about 12% of construction workers in Indonesia have received training in digital tools like BIM or BIM or digital project management. And this leaves us the majority of the workforce, over 70%, still relying on manual methods with little to no access to technology-based training. This is major challenge, particularly for rural and informal sector workers who often lack not only the digital literacy needed to use advanced technology, but also access to the infrastructure or training programs required to develop these skills. As a result, we are seeing a clear structural segregation in the construction industry. At the decision-making level, the technological elite is rapidly advancing, while field workers are falling further behind. We can see the impact of this divide or this jurang in a smart city project across Southeast Asia. In cities like Jakarta, Kuala Lumpur, Bangkok, we are witnessing the deployment of advanced technology to build modern smart infrastructure. But however, this project often fail to empower local labor instead of integrating local workers into the digital transformation process. They continue to work with outdated methods, receiving low wages or low paid, and having no involvement in the technology planning. So this situation highlights the gap between technological advancement and human resource development, which ultimately threatens to widen social and economic inequalities. So when we talk about sustainability in construction, we often focus on environment or technology, but one critical issue that tends to overlook is the quality of work and the vulnerability of workers, especially in developing countries. Let's take Indonesia as an example. According to the ILO, in 2022, over 70% of construction workers are in the informal sector. Once again, informal sectors. Informal sectors means that no social protection, no health insurance, no stable income, like tukang-tukang or the craftsmen in construction industry, they are informal. They often work long hours with physically demanding tasks and face a high risk of accidents. And I want to underline this. I really emphasize this high risk condition. And the numbers back this up. BPJS data shows that in 2021 there were over 234,000 workplace accidents reported. Nearly a third of this accident happened in the construction sector alone. That's massive. And it reflects just how unsafe and unprotected many of these jobs are. What makes this worse is lack of access to education and training. Most of these workers have little formal education and almost no access to upskilling. A study by Go in 2024 called this a structural cycle of poverty, where workers remain trapped in low skill, low paid, high risk jobs with no real pathway forward. And here's worrying trend. Even as we are embracing new technologies, smart cities, AI, digital tools like BIM, prefabricated structures, we see a growing divide between those who can adapt and those left behind. So while we are making progress in technology and innovation, we need to ask who's being left behind. Because without real attention to labor condition, safety, and inclusion, our idea of sustainable construction is incomplete and honestly unfair. We always focus on environmental or planet and profit or economical dimension, and we forget about the social aspect like human, especially labor or the workforce or sumber daya manusia, terutama tukang, especially for the craftsmen, especially for the contractors, subcontractors, and the others labor in the construction industry. Next, when we talk about sustainability in construction, we have the reality behind the construction industry. Who builds the future and at what cost? As I mentioned earlier, 74% of construction workers here are in the informal sector. That's a huge number. It's risky, it's vulnerable, and it's opened the door to all kinds of issues, including that we might even call exploitation, because these workers are not formally protected in terms of contracts, benefits, or job security. They are also highly exposed to market fluctuation, long working hours, poor safety condition, and a lack of ongoing training. Similar conditions are found in countries like India, Bangladesh, Myanmar, where multi-layer subcontracting system feature weakened workers' bargaining power. So while we are making progress in green building technology and innovation, we also need to pause and ask, who's being left behind? Once again, sustainable construction will remain incomplete. Yeah, frankly unfair. Once again, if we focus on planet and profit, and we forget about the people, sustainable development or sustainable construction or green building or anything you call it will remain incomplete and absolutely unfair. So this is not just about numbers of academic theories. On the ground, the reality is stark. According to a recent report from Serbuk Indonesia, or the media in Indonesia, nowadays an estimated 27 million people in Indonesia work in the informal construction sector without contracts, without social protection, without health insurance, and exposed to daily risk. The construction industry alone accounts for 32% of all workplace accidents in the country. 32% of all workplace accidents in the country contribute by the construction industry alone. More than any other sector, according to Ministry of Manpower, that should raise a serious concern. And this is not just a problem. A report from Compass in 2020 highlights that 59.4% of the national workforce is now in the informal sector, and construction is one of the largest contributors to that figure. So in a way, our national development is being built by people who are systematically excluded from decent work protection. But there is a sign of hope. Earlier this year in Blitar, a group of labor unions began pushing to include informal construction workers under BPJS employment insurance scheme. It's a small step, but a meaningful one, showing that policy change is possible if there's political will and social pressure. So when we talk about sustainable developments, let's not just talk about smart building and green technology. Let's remember who's building them and make sure their welfare is a part of sustainability agenda. Now, let's talk about what's often left out when we discuss sustainability: social inclusion. Many construction workers, especially migrant and seasonal laborers atau pekerja musiman, live in extremely vulnerable condition. Hidup dalam vulnerable condition is hidup yang rawan, ya, kondisi yang rawan, terutama terkait dengan poverty. They often have no access to proper housing, sanitation, or even basic health care. In some cases, they don't even have formal identification, which means they are completely off the grid in terms of public services. Ya, banyak orang dari rural areas, they don't have a formal identification, so they have a limitation for get the public services. There's also a significant gender gap. Nah, about gender gap, women make up only about 10 to 15% of the workforce in construction industry, and most of them are in non-technical or administrative roles. Even when they are doing the same work as men, they tend to be paid less than a man. And beyond the numbers, women often face structural barriers, limited access to training, poor facilities, and persistent stereotypes about what they can or cannot do on site. And then there's an issue of education. Most workers have little formal education and no real opportunities for skill upgrading. This creates what many research call a poverty trap, where people are stuck in a low skill, high risk jobs generation after generation. So what does this mean? It means actually that we don't address their issues. Our vision of sustainability will always be incomplete. It may look green and high tech on the surface, but Underneath, it remains deeply unequal and unjust. Okay, while we've made strides in environmental and technological aspect of sustainable construction, we must not overlook the human element. Many workers, especially in the informal sectors, lack access to basic needs like safe housing and healthcare. Tragic incidents such as the recent quarry collapse in West Java, Cirebon, underscore the dire consequences of neglected working safety. Gender disparities persist, with women underrepresented and often confined to administrative roles. Initiatives like UNDP's Petra's project encourage women in construction work. Their projects are step in the right direction, promoting inclusivity and challenging stereotypes, especially on construction industry. Furthermore, the cycle of poverty is perpetuated by inadequate education and training opportunities. Addressing the social inclusion gap is not just a moral imperative, but essential to truly sustainable development. Let me pause here and draw your attention to this one sentence. We often hear about the green buildings, energy efficiency, digital transformation, and all of that is important. But if we look closer, we'll see that without social inclusion, without fairness and dignity for the people doing the work, our efforts are incomplete. Social sustainability, once again, social sustainability is not something add on letter. It's not a footnote. It's not a footnote. Once again, it's not a footnote, but it's the foundation. A construction industry that ignores the well-being of its workers, especially developing countries, is not truly sustainable. So I said that social sustainability is not a side issue. It is the foundation of a just, resilient, and truly sustainable construction future. So as we move forward, let's not just build stronger infrastructure. Let's build fairer system where resilience means more than material and sustainability includes people. Wow, apologize. I just had to show you the happy faces of my student on this slide. Okay, now that we have outlined the challenges, the next logical question, what's our way forward? We have discussed how social and economic inequalities in construction hinder sustainability, and how these issues are deeply embedded in the system, but simply identifying the problem is not enough. What actionable step can we take to make a difference? So let's shift gears and focus on practical strategies. How can we address these gaps and move towards a truly inclusive and sustainable construction future? In the coming part of our discussion, we will dive into strategic solution and how each of us can contribute to this much needed transformation. Okay, for the first, the issue about competency gaps and readiness of human resources in technological transformation. The construction sector faces significant challenges related to competency gaps and readiness of human resources in adopting new technologies, such as building information modeling, BIM, or BIM, automation, other technologies, or other digital technologies. While technology has the potential to enhance efficiency and protect quality in construction, adaptation to this technology is often hindered by a lack of skills and knowledge among this construction workforce, especially in developing countries, So there are several steps necessary as follows. First, development of education and training. This is based on the research in 2020 and 2021. One direct implication of this finding is the urgent need to update the curriculum of higher education institution, and technical training programs to include the latest technological skills. This will help prepare the human resources or mahasiswa as calon pekerja to better cope with the rapid change and innovation in the construction sectors. The second one is collaboration between industry and education. Closer collaboration between the construction industry and educational institution needs to be strengthening to create training programs that are relevant to the demands of the job market. I think this is also opens opportunities for internship and project-based training that are more practical. So we have to strengthen partnership between industry and education. The next one, lower quality and socio-economic vulnerability of laborers. There are three issues, three ways to improve this issue. Enhance quality control, fair wage or paid and social protection, and competency-based training. In developing country, the construction sector often faces lower quality due to workers' lack of access to training and adequate tools. Additionally, there are socioeconomic vulnerabilities such as insecurity, low pays or low wages, and dependence on short-term contract make construction worker highly to economic crisis and market change. The main causes of this issue include inadequate quality supervision, limited training, and lack of the incentives for working to improve their skill. So the key action include enhanced quality control and work standardization. Government and construction companies should implement stricter supervision and work process standardization, including regular audits and quality certification focused on improving workers' technical skills. The second one, better wage system and social protection. A fair wage or paid system that rewards higher skills and the provision of social protection, I think will reduce the socio-economic vulnerability of construction workers, helping them to move away from seasonal or temporary contracts. And the last one is competency-based training program. Companies and governments should collaborate to develop competence-based training program that ensure workers' skills are up to date with the latest technology and industry trends. So there are not collaboration about industry and education only, but we need government's role on this issue to solve the problem. Next, social economic gap in construction workers. Construction workers in many countries still face a significant social economic gaps. So these gaps include access to adequate training, job insecurity, low wages or low paid, and poor working condition. For example, most construction workers are daily laborers who lack access to social security or advanced skill training, making them vulnerable to market change or economic crisis. So therefore, several actions are needed as follows. The first, improvement of workers' welfare. Government and construction companies need to introduce policies that prioritize worker welfare, including fair wage, fair paid, upah yang adil, health insurance, BPJS, and access to continuous skill training. This will enhance productivity and reduce social economic inequality in the construction sector. Jadi kalau misalnya kita memastikan ini bisa terjadi, this will enhance productivity and we will reduce social economic inequality in construction sector. The second one, increase access to training. The government and private sector need to provide affordable training opportunities for construction workers to improve their skills, particularly in new technologies and sustainability. This will help them compete in increasingly competitive job market. Equality important is the integration of the human dimension in sustainability policies, which is highly strategic for addressing nearly all of the issues discussed. Now we come to a very strategic point, integrating the human dimension into sustainability policies in the construction sector. This is critical because we can talk about sustainability only in terms of the environmental or the economic while ignoring the people who actually carry out the work. So when we design policies, we need a holistic mindset. Our workers' well-being and quality of life being addressed. Are they receiving fair wage, access to decent housing, and opportunity to learn new skills that match the evolving needs of the industry? These are essential components of sustainable development. Another key aspect is gender equality. In many countries, the construction sector is still overwhelmingly male-dominated. Women are often marginalized or excluded altogether. In the construction industry, especially in civil engineering, gender inequality remains a significant challenge. Women are still underrepresented in this sector, which continues to be male-dominated. This imbalance is largely due to long-standing stereotypes where construction work has traditionally been associated with masculinity. Furthermore, the construction environment is often not female-friendly, which creates additional barriers for women to thrive in the industry. Addressing this gender gap is crucial for achieving inclusive and sustainable development in the construction sector. Effort must be made to promote equal opportunities, create supportive work environments, and encourage female participation at all levels of the industry. So we have to make sure that women, girls, involved 100%, they can contribute. They can contribute their skills, their knowledge in the construction industry. For sustainability to be truly inclusive, we must actively promote gender equity and ensure proper protection and opportunities for female workers. For sustainability to be truly inclusive, we must actively, once again, we must actively promote gender equality and ensure proper protection, especially for female workers. And finally, government have a major role to play. They can design incentive for companies that invest in sustainability training of their workers. They can also raise awareness that sustainability is not just about green building or clean energy, but it's about the people behind it all. So if you are serious about building a sustainable future in construction, the human dimension must be at the center of every policy and every action we take. As we reach the final part of this presentation, let me emphasize a critical point. The construction sector in developing countries, including Indonesia, continues to face deep rooted challenges, from skill mismatch to social and economic disparities and the lack of the decent work condition. The issues are complex and interconnected. The transition toward a sustainable and future-ready construction industry cannot succeed without investing in human capital. We need to strengthen education and training system, especially those who embrace new technologies like BIM, while also addressing that well-being of workers through fair paid, fair wage, job security, access to social protection, health insurance, and specifically for the gender equality. I think this is important one. Gender equality and the integration of sustainability principle into every layer of policy and practice are no longer optional, they are essential. This is not a task for one actor alone. It requires a strong collaboration between the industry, academia, and the government. So together we can create a construction sector that is not only more skilled and innovative, but also more inclusive and social just. Okay, that brings us to the end of the presentation. Thank you very much for your time, your attention, your interest in this important topic. I always believe that it is an important topic because I want to promote the social sustainable to, especially for my students in civil engineering. They always talking about the materials building, talking about the formula, talking about the concrete, talking about the steel, but they sometimes forget about the people, about the skill. I hope this discussion has sparked a new perspective on how we can build a more sustainable and human-centered construction industry, especially in the context of developing countries, including Indonesia, and especially for our region, Manggarai. I'm looking forward to your thoughts, questions, and future collaboration, and I thank you. Thank you, Mr. Indra.
Thank you, Mr. Faldoni, for the very insightful and thought-provoking keynote address. And if I may summarize what you have talked about in your keynote. So in your keynote speech, you argue for a human-centric approach to sustainability in construction, asserting that while sustainability is mainstream in global construction, its focus remains technocentric, overlooking the crucial human dimension on the construction workforce. And your keynote highlights that without skilled and empowered workers, sustainability is merely a slogan, with human capital being the forgotten pillar of sustainable construction. And key challenges faced by construction workers, particularly in developing countries like Indonesia, where over 70% are informal, include low skills, limited training, lack of social protection, and a significant digital divide, leading to a socio-economic vulnerability and high accident rates. And to overcome these issues, your presentation advocates for a path forward involving updating curricula and strengthening industry education collaboration to address the skill gaps, and also implementing fair wage system and social protection to improve job quality, and also to enhance worker welfare and access to training to close socio-economic gaps, and integrating gender equality and human capital into holistic sustainability policies. And ultimately, your keynote concludes that true sustainable transformation in construction necessitates substantial investment in human capital, prioritizing worker welfare, gender equality, and inclusive policies underpinned by collaboration among industry and academia, as well as the government. So thank you so much once again for your keynote. And now we would like to welcome questions from the participants. So participants, if you have questions, you may raise your hand and I will give you the chance. For the first session, we would like to accommodate 3 questions first. We do have questions in the chat box. Let me read the first one. It's from Jonathan. So Jonathan asked, how can the construction industry balance automation and human employment without causing massive job displacement?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Indra. Thank you, Jonathan. Balancing automation and human employment in the construction industry requires a strategic and inclusive approach. Automation brings undeniable benefits in terms of efficiency, safety, and precision. However, if implemented without consideration for the workforce, it can lead to widespread job displacement, particularly among low-skilled or informal laborers, a demographic that dominates construction sectors in many developing countries, including Indonesia. So, inclusive technology deployment, like technology should not replace working abruptly. Instead, they should be introduced alongside human-centered strategies where machine assist, not replace workers. For example, exoskeleton and digital tools can enhance productivity without eliminating jobs. And I think the last one is policy and institutional support. So the governments, training institution, and industry stakeholders must collaborate to provide accessible, affordable, and localized training, especially in rural regions like Manggarai. National certification system will also be adjusted to recognize informal skills and support progressive formulation. In short, automation should be seen as an opportunity to upgrade human labor, not eliminate it. When supported by policies that promote workforce inclusion, the industry can modernize while still sustaining meaningful employment. I think it's my answer, Mr. Indra. Jonathan?
Insightful answer. Now we would like to read the second question, also from the chat box, from Mr. Tony. He is from Socioeconomics of Agriculture. So he would like to ask, does prioritizing local hiring for green projects enhance community resilience or risk slowing progress?
Okay. Prioritizing local hiring and green construction projects can significantly enhance community resilience, especially in rural or underserved regions. So by involving local workers, project generate not only income but also build local capacity, ownership, and social cohesion. So over time, this creates a workforce that is better equipped to support and maintain sustainable infrastructure long after external expert leave. However, there is a common concern that the local labor may lack the specialist skills required for green technologies, such as energy efficient system, prefabrication, or digital construction tools. This can at times slow down project timelines or affect quality. So the key is to view this not as a trade-off, but as a dual, what I call it, opportunity. Green projects should include training and upskilling components from the start. And when combined with local hiring, there's a fourth transform project into platform for both environmental and human development. So we have to emphasize that green jobs are not just about the environment, but also about decent work and inclusive growth. So while there may be initial delays, the long-term outcome is more resilient, self-sufficient, and a skilled community, which is the essence of the sustainability. I think it's my answer, Mr. Indra and Tony.
Answer. And there's another question on the chat box, and it's from Gil and Nata. So they want to ask about how appropriate the strategies to empower the construction workforce to increase workers' resource capacity to be more aware of sustainable practice.
Oh, wow. That's an excellent, very excellent questions. Okay. Empowering the construction workforce to embrace sustainable practices begins with enhancing their resource capacity, which involve not just technical skills, but also awareness, motivation, and access to tools and support systems. Appropriate strategies must operate on, I think, 3 key levels: education, engagement, and systemic support. So if we're talking about the education, we're talking education and awareness, I mean. The first step is to integrate sustainability principle into basic and ongoing training program, especially for frontline workers. Includes environmental literacy, waste reduction, energy efficiency, awareness of how their roles impact sustainability outcomes, short modular courses Even mobile-based learning can help reach workers with a lower formal education level, especially in informal sector or rural areas like our areas Manggarai. The second one is, I think, workplace engagement. Empowerment also happens on site. Workers need to be included in decision-making processes, quality assurance, and feedback loop regarding sustainability performance. For an example, toolbox talk that include environmental topics. I think my student always knows about it. Team-based incentives for meeting green targets, visible communication of project sustainability goals. I think it's all about the engagement of our workplace. So empowerment also happen on site. We have to make sure that we have a program, we have a program to make sure that we have engagement in our workplace. When workers understand their contribution matters, they become more committed and accountable. And the last one is policy and structural support. Governments, industry bodies must provide a supportive framework that includes a recognition of skill through competency-based certification. We call it as KK, Certificate Competency. Funding for upskilling program, pelatihan-pelatihan, insentif for companies. So kita tidak hanya fully ditanggung oleh companies, but government give incentive for the companies that prioritize worker training in sustainable practices. Only when workers feel informed, involved, valued, can they become true agents of sustainable transformation in the construction sector? I think this is my answer. I'm sorry if I'm wrong.
Thank you, Mr. Faldo, for a very comprehensive answer. Before I continue with the questions in the Zoom chat box, I'd like to invite the participants also, if you would like to direct your questions orally through Mr. Faldo, that's okay too. You may raise your hand and I would like to give you the chance later. Okay, so far no one is raising their hand, so I'd like to continue with reading the question from the chat box. There's a very long question from Melania Vulantri Marwan, but I can summarize the question. So the question is, considering over 70% of Indonesian construction workers are informal with limited skills, and your emphasis on human-centered paradigms like empowerment, skills, and inclusion, how can these paradigms concretely bridge the gap between technology and on-site workers lacking digital skills? How is the gap closed?
That's a deeply relevant and thoughtful question. Indeed, Indonesia's construction sector faces a significant structural gap between advanced technology-driven solutions like BIM and AI or IoT or anything like that, especially for digital technologies in construction, and the realities on-site workers, most of whom operate in informal, low-skill, and digitally excluded environments. Bridging this gap requires that human-centered paradigms, empowerment, skills development, and inclusion be translated into concrete, context-sensitive strategies like progressive and layered training models. Start with basic digital literacy, like I mentioned before, introduce hands-on, site integrating training, using real construction tasks to gradually incorporate BIM or BIM-related workflows or use visual vernaculars and participatory methods. Then mobile and modular learning system, digital inclusion to human intermediaries, formal recognition of informal skills, recognition of prior learning mechanism. Their traditional skill can be assessed, certified, and then extend with digital competencies. This validates their expertise and open pathways for more advanced training without alienating them. And the last one is public-private academic collaboration. Like I'm saying before, government, industry, and university collaboration. So the goal is not to replace labor with machine, but to elevate the role of workers in the digital era. I think this is an answer, Mr. Indra.
Thank you, Mr. Faldo. And let's just move on to the next question from your student, Eka. So he says he's interested in gender equality issue that you have raised. And as we know that construction sites in Indonesia particularly are often perceived as a male-dominated environment. And the question is, what strategies can be implemented to make these spaces safer and more inclusive for female workers? Thank you.
Let me think. Okay, it's true. Construction sites in Indonesia is in many parts of the world are predominantly male-dominated spaces. This gender imbalance is not only a matter of representation, but also reflects deeper issues such as unequal pay, limited career pathways for women, unsafe working conditions, and exclusion from technical roles. To create safer and more inclusive environment for female workers in construction industry, there are, I think, several multi-level strategies should be implemented, like policy enforcement and legal protection, safe and dignified workspace. The government must enforce gender sensitivity labor regulation that ensure equal pay to equal work, prohibited discrimination and harassment, and mandate access to grievance mechanisms. Companies must be required to comply with the K3 or OHS, Occupational Health and Safety standard that include gender-specific concerns such as proper sanitation facilities and maternity protection. In project WC ya semuanya, atau toilet, mohon maaf, semuanya sama, laki-laki, perempuan, dan lain sebagainya, yang membuat kadang-kadang uncomfortable for the women. Then safe and dignified workspace, construction site must be redesigned to include gender sensitivity infrastructure. Toilet, changing room, and rest area for women, anti-harassment training and clear reporting protocols must be established to protect female workers, and recruitment and leadership inclusion, quotas or incentive can be introduced to encourage the hiring of women, especially in skilled trades and technical position, mentorship programs. And I think the last one is cultural shift through awareness campaigns. Changing perception is key. Public campaigns and internal companies workshops should promote positive narrative about women in construction, challenge stereotypes, and foster respect for diversity. Male allies, including foremen and supervisors, must be engaged in promoting inclusive team culture. So if sustainability in construction is to be truly holistic, gender equity must be embedded in both policy and practice. This is my answer, Mr. Indra.
Thank you, Mr. Faldo. That is a very deep answer to make sure that women and men are equal in the construction site. And the next question comes from your student, Lulu. And she asks, what do you believe is the most effective and practical approach to changing the mindset of construction workers so that they become more conscious and actively aware of sustainability issue? Because we know that a lot of construction workers are not aware of the issue yet.
What do you believe? Okay, in my opinion, the most effective and practical approach to changing the mindset of construction workers regarding sustainability is to combine education with lived experience, what I would call learning by doing with purpose approach. Because many construction workers, especially those in informal work sectors, may not respond to abstract environmental ideals or policy jargon. What resonates more is seeing how sustainability relates to their daily work, safety, income, and dignity. So what we have to do? How do we do this? Yeah, I think there are three. I giving you three ways for the first contextualize on-site training, deliver sustainability education on the construction site itself. When workers see tangible benefit, their mindset begins to shift from obligation to ownership. Then peer-led engagement, mindset don't change overnight, especially from top-down lectures. Instead, engage influential workers, senior mason or foreman, sustainability champions. When the message comes from peers, it builds trust and cultural acceptance. And I think the last one is recognition and reward system. Acknowledge workers who apply sustainable practices on site, small rewards, even public recognition or badge reinforce that sustainability is valued and workers are seen as a part of something bigger than just manual labor. So yeah, changing mindset is not about forcing ideology, tidak memaksakan ideologi, but it's about building relevance, respect, and reinforcement. So when sustainability is presented not as a technical demand, but as a shared value, once again, value rooted in dignity, safety, and pride, workers naturally become more conscious and ultimately more committed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Faldo, for your prompt
Yeah.
answer. And unfortunately, I cannot read the last question on the Zoom because of my connection problem. So if you don't mind, could you please read the question by yourself in your chat box? And you may directly answer the question. As I have mentioned before, that the signal here is not really good. So thank you and sorry for the inconvenience.
I know you well, Mr. Indra. So thank you so much. Okay. Okay, I have to click chat box. What challenges do construction workers typically face when trying to adopt sustainable practices, and how can the challenges be effectively addressed to encourage a stronger commitment to sustainability? Okay. Construction workers, particularly in developing contexts, face a range of practical, structural, and cultural challenges. Once again, practical, structural, and cultural challenges when trying to adopt sustainable practices. Addressing these challenges require a multifaceted strategy that goes beyond technical training and targets the real barriers they face. So there's some issues, there's some challenge and solution. For example, like of awareness and education. The challenge like many workers are not aware of what sustainability actually means in practices. They may see it an abstract and irrelevant concept, especially if it's not clearly connected to their daily task. So the solution is implement practical task-specific training that connects sustainable practice directly to what workers do on site, such as managing waste, conserving materials, or using tools efficiently. Use visual hands-on example or native or local language to make it relatable if you cannot to speak with their language. The next one, limited access to tools and resources. The solution is project manager must provide enabling condition, including access to proper tools and site layouts that support green practices. Sustainability must be built into the workflow, not added as an extra burden. The third, informal employment and low job security. I mentioned on the slides. The solution is provide inclusive training programs like micro certification Also promote design work standard to create an environment where workers feel valued and therefore more invested in long-term goals like sustainability. The next one is cultural resistance and habit practices. So you have to peer-to-peer influence by identifying early adopters or respected workers on site to model sustainable behavior. Pair this with a small incentive or recognition program to reward positive chance. And I think the last one is disconnect between policy and practice. So you have to make sure that sustainability principles are fully integrated into site level supervision and daily routines. So yeah, the sustainability becomes real to workers when it's practical, supported, and meaningful to their work and lives. I think that's my answer.
Thank you so
And
much.
that's the last questions, I think. I cannot hear you, Mr. Indra.
Check.
Okay.
Can you hear me now, Mr.?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So once again, thank you so much for answering all the very critical questions from your students, Mr. Faldo. And unfortunately, due to time limitation, we cannot extend the question and answer time. So now, as the token of appreciation for your keynote speech today, the committee has prepared a certificate of appreciation for you. And if you look at your screen, you will be able to see the certificate. So once again, on behalf of the committee, on behalf of
Thank
the
you.
faculty and university, we would like to thank you for your participation in this conference.
Thank you so much, Mr. Indra. Thank you for
Thank
all
you.
the organizers. Thank you so much. See you on see you in RUTENG.
See you interesting tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Indra.
Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, our distinguished guest, participants, and also keynote speaker, that marks the end of the keynote sessions today. And now I would like to give the session back to our MC.
Thank you very much to our distinguished keynote speaker, Insinyur Patricius Faldoni Sandi, STMT. And also to our moderator, Mr. Indra, for guide the keynote sessions. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now concluded the keynote session. We will now take a short break, around 10 minutes. Please take this opportunity to refresh yourself. The parallel sessions will begin at 12:30 in the designated Zoom breakout rooms. There are 2 breakout rooms, room 1 and room 2. Information regarding room assignments should be available through the committee or the conference platform. After the parallel sessions, please gather back in the main room for the closing ceremony at around 2 p.m. During the closing ceremony, the committee will share the presence link to download your e-certificate. Okay, once again, I announce that the parallel sessions will begin at 12:30 in the Zoom breakout rooms. There are 2 breakout rooms, room 1 and room 2. After the parallel sessions, please gather back in the main room for the closing ceremony at around 2 p.m. During the closing ceremony, the committee will share the presence link to download your e-certificate. Thank you.
And last, in this slide, we will clearly state our research objective. This section will define the specific goals this paper aims to achieve. Our primary objective is to systematically review and synthesize existing literature to identify and analyze the key benefits and challenges of BIM implementation in construction projects. Slide. So, the method we use is systematic literature review, or SLR. This structure method ensures a comprehensive and unbiased analysis of existing research pertinent to our study on BIM implementation. The quality, First, we employed a qualitative approach within our systematic SLR. This means we focus on understanding the nuances, context, and in-depth insight from the selected literature rather than purely numerical data to analyze the benefit and challenge of BIM. Second is focus area. Our focus area for this review were clearly defined. We concentrate especially on identifying and analyzing the document benefit that BIM brings to construction project, as well as the challenges and barriers encountered during its implementation. The protocol standard to ensure rigor and consistency, our review process adheres to established protocol standards, specifically reference to 2020 BIM protocol standards as a guiding frameworks for conducting our systematic literature review, ensuring a methodical and transparent approach. Finally, regarding our data sources, we primarily utilize two major academic databases, which is Corpus and Web of Science. These platforms were chosen for their comprehensive coverage of peer-reviewed literature in the relevant field, ensuring a robust collection of data for our analysis. Next. Moving on to the slide 4, which is research sample. In this slide, we will detail the types of sources and the time frame for the literature we include in our systematic review, ensuring that relevance and currency of our findings. Our research sample primarily consists of BIM publications. These include a wide array of academic publications focusing on building information modeling. And also we have peer-reviewed data. Specifically, we include peer-reviewed publications spanning from the year 2021 to 2025. This time frame allows us to capture a comprehensive evaluation of BIM research and practice over more than a decade. An important consideration for our sample selection was its relevance to Indonesian standard. While drawing from global literature, we paid particular attention to studies and findings that could be contextualized to or applied to the developing BIM landscape and standard within Indonesia. Next slide. Data analysis. So in this slide, we explain the systematic process we follow to analyze the literature collected for our review. This structure approach ensures that our findings are both transparent and directly address our research question regarding BIM. So there are 4 processes on data analysis use. First is database search and screening process, and then narrative synthesis and evaluate quality. Next. Next, for the result for BIM benefits. Now we explore the significant BIM benefits that has been identified through our research. This slide highlights some of the key advantages that building the BIM brings to construction projects supported by data indicating their impacts. First is planning and design. The first major benefit with a significant impact lies in planning and design. BIM facilitates the creation and use of accurate information throughout the project lifecycle. This accuracy leads to substantially minimize error, ensuring a more robust and reliable design process from the outside. Secondly, BIM greatly enhances collaboration. It fosters effective communication and information sharing among all project stakeholders. Point 3, lastly, BIM contributes significantly to risk reduction. So a key aspect here is the ability for early risk identification.
Ms. Lulu, I'm sorry to interrupt. Hello, Ms. Lulu.
Yeah?
I'm sorry to interrupt. Remember that your time is only 10 minutes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you. Please
Is
return
this
your
over 10
presentation.
minutes already?
So 10 minutes already?
Yes, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I will just move to the point by point. So BIM benefits is the next point of BIM and benefits is safety management, resources, efficiency, and open data formats. And the challenges, BIM challenges is human competency, resistance to change, high initial cost, and limited supports. And also there is digital transformation, efficiency gains, existing barriers, and need for improvement. Point to optimizing BIM adoption in the future. First, its transformative benefits, address resources, address costs, and address resistance. That's all from us. I'm giving back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that insightful and truly insightful presentation. Your expertise in this field is evident. So let's move to the next presenter. Our next presenter is Mr. Kasmir from Universitas KATOLIK Indonesia SANTU Paulus RUTENG. His presentation is titled Comparison of Corrected N Values or CN between SNE 4153 2008 with other methods in standard penetration test. Please welcome Mr. Kasmir. The screen is yours.
Tidak terlihat soalnya di tempat memang. Coba tanya dulu. Oke, Mr. Kasmir.
Okay, Mr. Kasmir, is there something happen? Oh, please. So. I'm sorry, sir. You can start your presentation. Hello, sir. Can you hear my voice? We can hear your voice, sir. Hello, Mr. Kasmir. Do you have any trouble? If there's something wrong, you can chat in the chat box.
Coba ask dia dulu ini. Dia representative of the others. Maria Kalista. Okay. Ibu Maria, do you want to say something? Coba ask.
Hello, Miss Maria Kalista.
Okay, good afternoon, Gilirandi. My name is Maria Kalista. I was originally scheduled to present on the first day, but I didn't get the chance. So I've been rescheduled to present today.
Okay,
Thank
Miss.
you.
Yeah.
We'll wait until Mr. Kasmir. Okay, let's move to the. Okay, Mr. Kasmir, I think that we need to wait.
Okay, because Mr. Kasmir still have something trouble. Let's move to the next presenter. Our next presenter is Mr. Filipini Antonius Nahat, Mr. Alfianita Lunam, Mr. Marcialis Ajisreno, and Mr. Patricius Valdonisandi, and their title is Integrating Net Present Value and Break-Even Point Methods in Construction Project Planning and Management, a Literature Review. For the presenter, time is yours.
Good, thanks for the time given to me. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Although both the methods are widely used, their combined application is still uncommon, despite offering greater accuracy and better decision-making support. Today, I will present a literature review on the integration of net present value, or NPV, and benefit cost ratio in construction project planning. Okay. Next slide. Let's begin with the introduction. This slide sets the stakes for our discussion on integration net present value and benefit cost ratio in construction project management. Point 1. Our first point highlights a core objective in any construction endeavor, including financial feasibility and sustainability. Project must not only be feasible at the outset, but also maintain their financial health throughout their life cycle. Secondly, methods like NPV and BCR are widely used for economic evaluation. They are established tools that help assess the potential returns and efficiency in investment in project. The next, number 3. However, despite their individual utility, the systematic integration of these methods, where they are used in combined and structured manner, is still relatively rare in practice, especially in uncomprehensive way. The next, resources gap. Okay, this brings us to our 4th point. This resources gap. There is particular need to explore how this integration can be more effectively linked with payment and schedule management. This is the gap our research aim to address. Look at how combined NPV or BCR approach can enhance this critical aspect of project management. Next slide. Moving on to slide 3, let's outline our specific research objective. There's objective with our study and define what the aim to achieve. The first, analyze interpretation. Okay, our primary objective is to analyze the NPV and best benefit cost ratio or BCR methods become practically combined and applied in context of construction project planning and management. The point 2 about evaluate impact. Our second key objective is to evaluate the impact of integration on project profitability. Beyond just understanding how to integrate these methods, we want to assess with what difference it makes. Specifically, we aim to determine if and how using combined NPV or BCR approach can lead to better financial outcomes and enhance profitability for construction project. Okay, next slide. Following our objective slide 4 present the key research question that our study seeks to answer. This question dive deeper into the potential benefits of integration NPV and BCR, okay, which are enhance accuracy and second mitigates risk. Okay, next slide. Okay, let's now turn to the slide 5, which outlines the methodology employed in our research. A robust methodology is crucial for ensuring the credibility and reliability of our funding. Okay, first point, we selected a structured literature review as our primary research method. Point 2, about the literature collection. Okay, the next step was literature collection. This involved a comprehensive list of academic sources, including reputable database, journals, conference proceedings, and other scholarly publication. Point 2, study selection. Following the selection, we moved to study selection. This was a critical filtering stage initially involving screening based on title and abstract. Next, data analysis. Okay, once the final set of studies was selected, we proceeded with data analysis. And the last, finally, to ensure the fidelity of a review, we added to standardized SLR protocol talks the process. Next slide. Now let's move into resource sections, starting with some foundational definitions that are central to our study. Slide 6 classifies the two key financial metrics we are focusing on. First, we have the net present value or NPV. In simple terms, NPV calculates the difference between the present value of future cash inflows and the present value of cash outflows over a period. Okay. Essentially, it tells us the net gain or loss in today's money that a project is expected to generate. A positive NPV generally indicates a financial viable project. The next, benefit cost ratio. Okay. Second is the benefit cost ratio or BCR. This metric provides a ratio of the total discount benefit of a project to its total discount cost. A BCR greater than one suggests that the benefits outweigh the cost, indicating that the project is expected to deliver more value than its consumed. Is a measure of efficiency. Next slide. Continue with our lecture. Slide 7 focus on how the integration of NPV and BCR into critical phase of a project life cycle. Okay, the point 1, project planning. Firstly, in project planning, integration NPV and BCR allow for a holistic assessment of project feasibility. Okay, instead of relying on a single financial indicator, combining these metrics provides a more comprehensive view. NPV offers insight into the absolute value creation, while BCR highlight the efficiency of the investment. Secondly, during project management or the execution phase, this integrated approach plays a crucial role in ensuring alignment with initial projections. By continuously monitoring both NPV and BCR indicator against the baseline established during planning, projects monitoring both NPV and indicators against beliefs established during planning, project managers can track financial performance more effectively. Next slide. Okay, on slide 8, we look at how NPV and BCR can be future supported and contextualized by other financial metrics, particularly the internal rate of return.
I'm sorry,
Point 1, supporting methods, 2 NPV methods, and 3 BCR methods.
Mr. Tony, we still have 3 minutes left.
Okay, thank you. Okay, next slide. Slide 9 provides a direct comparison between net present value and benefit cost ratio across several key aspects. This will help clarify their distinct roles and how they complement each other. Okay. We have 7 point. Point 1, main function. For NPV, the main function is determine the absolute profitability of project in today's monetary terms, considering the time value of money. 2, the NPV output. The NPV gives us absolute monetary value. For example, 1 million of either 10 billion. This a concrete sum respecting the expected net gain. Okay. Next, the BCR on the other hand provides a ratio or a dimension number. For instance, 1.5 or 2, the indicates the multiple of benefits over costs. 3, the decision making with NPV. The general rule is to accept project if the NPV is greater than 0. The next evaluation approach, NPV takes absolute surplus approach. Next, key advantage. Key advantage of NPV include in the direct measure of expected profit in today's terms, and is clearly linked to increasing shareholder or stakeholder value. Next, limited NPV has limitations. It does inherently so the efficiency of capital use and comparing projects, especially different initial investments using NPV alone, can sometimes be misleading without considering scale. The last, usage in management. In project management, NPV is a cornerstone for capitally budgeting, decision, and for assessing the overall financial feasibility and value contribution of a project. Next slide. Okay, to illustrate the practical application of this concept, slide 10 present a brief case study example. Okay, 1.1. Consider a railway project with a significant investment. In this particular case, the analysis. Okay. Point two about integrate approach and point three about combined use. Next slide. About discussion, we talk about all right, let's move on the discussion section here. We'll summarize some key takeaways from what we conferred. Next slide. Okay, the last about collocation. The conclude our presentation, let's summary the key finding. Point about integrate application. Point two, evaluation tools. Point three, combining approaches, and the last, integrate method. Okay, moderator, thank you for giving to me.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tony.
Thank you.
That's a very excellent presentation. Next up, we have Ms. Aurel Jackson Kunang and Mr. Patricius Faldonisandi from Universitas KATOLIK Indonesia SANTU Paulus RUTENG, who will discuss about the analysis of the implementation of the Occupational Health and Safety Management System, or SMK3, in mid-rise building construction project in Labuan Bajo. Please welcome for the presenters. The stage is yours. For the presenters, please, you may start now.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I'm so sorry about this. Okay. My topic is analysis of the implementation of the occupational health and safety management system in my rice building construction project in Labuan Bajo. Introduction. the development of construction project in Indonesia itu sedang mengalami perkembangan, di mana pada perkembangan ini itu sedang mengalami perkembangan. Tetapi di sini menurut International Labour Organization itu mencatat bahwa sumbangan kecelakaan itu untuk pekerjaan tinggi, risiko tingginya itu 30% kecelakaan seluruh secara global. Kemudian itu pada tahun 2021 itu tercatat bahwa adanya peningkatan kasus kecelakaan kerja, di mana itu kasus kecelakaan itu mencapai 234.370 dengan kasus kematian itu mencapai 6.552 pada tahun 2021. Kemudian di sini Indonesia itu melakukan penerapan SMK 3 melalui Peraturan Menteri Tenaga Kerja Nomor 5 Tahun 2018. Dan saat ini itu penerapan ini itu sedang dilakukan sampai saat ini. Akan tetapi di sini juga bahwa kita tahu itu untuk kesadaran sendiri dari K3 itu sangat rendah. Sehingga di sini saya mengambil topik Kota Labuan Bajo sebagai kota yang saat ini sedang perkembangan konstruksi itu sedang pesat. Dan saya mengambil topik ini berdasarkan penerapan SMK 3 yang berada di proyek konstruksi di Labuan Bajo. Kemudian di sini tujuan dari saya melakukan literatur review ini itu yang pertama itu menganalisis penerapan sistem manajemen keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja itu SMK 3 pada proyek konstruksi gedung secara 5 tahun terakhir. Kemudian itu mengidentifikasi temuan penelitian sebelumnya tentang penerapan SMK 3 di proyek konstruksi gedung. Kemudian itu mengidentifikasi gap penelitian dan menemukan celah pengetahuan dalam studi-studi yang ada untuk penelitian lanjutan. Kemudian di sini saya melakukan metode reviewnya itu menggunakan beberapa jurnal yaitu seperti Google Scholar dan ResearchGate. Kemudian untuk tahun publikasinya itu berdasarkan 5 tahun terakhir secara total dari 2020 sampai 2025. Kemudian keywordnya itu seperti OHSM, Occupational Safety, Work Incident Management System, Construction Project. Kemudian itu untuk jurnal sendiri itu saya mengambil 10 jurnal dan tipe riset yang saya akan lakukan itu secara kuantitatif. Kemudian dalam kategori penerapan SMK 3 itu ada beberapa poin yang saya ambil yaitu seperti kebijakan dan komitmen manajemen, kemudian perencanaan SMK 3, implementasi SMK 3, evaluasi dan tinjauan ulang, kemudian budaya keselamatan. Di sini ada beberapa tinjauan literatur yang saya sudah buat seperti yang dibuat oleh Amin dan teman-teman itu pada tahun 2021, di mana dengan judulnya Analisis Penerapan Sistem Manajemen Keselamatan Kesehatan Kerja K3. Dari tujuannya ini, mereka menganalisis tingkat penerapan SMK 3 itu pada proyek pembangunan gedung BPLKes, kemudian metode penelitiannya ini yaitu mix, yaitu kuantitatif dan kualitatif. Dengan penyebaran kuesioner itu sebanyak 12 orang. Kemudian itu variabel penelitiannya itu ada tertera dalam poin itu seperti komitmen manajemen, perencanaan K3, kemudian peninjauan kontrak dan desain. Kemudian hasilnya di situ untuk penerapan sendiri dari SMK 3 itu mencapai 94,5%. Namun pada pekerjaan ini belum dikatakan sempurna. Kemudian itu dari penelitian selanjutnya yang dilakukan Amari dan Effendi pada tahun 2003 dengan judul Analisis Penerapan Sistem Manajemen Keselamatan dan Kesehatan Kerja pada proyek konstruksi gedung, di mana dalam penelitian ini mereka itu melakukan penelitian pada gedung RSUD Dr. Sudono Madiun tahap 2. Kemudian dari hasil metode yang digunakan yaitu kualitatif dan kuantitatif sama seperti tadi. Kemudian itu mereka menggunakan variabel seperti komitmen dan pemeliharaan. Kemudian itu adanya strategi dokumentasi dan peninjauan ulang dan kontrak. Kemudian itu pada implementasi SMK 3-nya itu terdapat nilai tingkat kepatuhan yaitu sebesar 89,76% dari penerapan SMK 3. Kemudian ketidaksesuaiannya itu cuma 10,24%. Dan yang terakhir itu analisis penerapan SMK 3, analisis penerapan keselamatan dan kesehatan kerja, pembangunan kuliah bersama kampus C Unair Surabaya. Kemudian metode penelitian ini metode penelitian ini menggunakan deskripsi kuantitatif. Populasi penelitiannya itu dia menggunakan 150 tenaga kerja. Kemudian pada variabel penelitiannya itu berupa publikasi K3, produktivitas pekerja, peningkatan kesadaran
tahun 2021, jalan ini dibangun dengan panjang ruas 20 km. Tahun 2025, dan ruas jalan tersebut merupakan jalan yang berada di kampung saya. Saya sering melewati jalan tersebut. Di situ kerusakan tadi pada ruas jalan tersebut. Maka dari situ saya berniat untuk menggunakan metode IRI dan SDI. Adapun
construction project implementation, let's give a warm welcome to Miss Felicitas Cynthia Empak, Miss Maria Flavia Nandeku, Miss Maria Serliana Luru, Mr. Patricius Faldoni Sandi, and Mr. Ewaldus Onesius Kaur. Please welcome and take your time.
Thank you for your time. Today I will present our papers about analysis of factor causing delays in construction projects implementation. Why we choose this topic? Because in construction project management, we know that about 3 triple constraints such as aim, cost, and quality. The triple constraints.
Wait. Mr. Paulus, I'm sorry.
The triple constraints as of order, one of them is influence. The trap of other comparison also.
Mr. Bernardus. Mr. Ones, I'm sorry. Please slow down the audience and turn off your microphone. It is very disturbed. For Mr. Bavaria, Mr. Bernardus Mantur, please turn off your microphone. Mr. Bernardus. Okay. I'm sorry for the presenter. You can turn your presenters.
Project be successful if the project executor able to combine the triple constraints. In another hand, triple constraints make some cycles. That's mean if one the constraints have a problems, another constraints have problems too. One component that often experiences disruption and failure is in managing the time component, which is indicated in the case of project delays. Project delays are common issues in constraints industry global, and researchers must find out the every factors of the analysis, but there is still a lack literature that systematically maps the contribution of the factors causing project delays. So the study was made analyze the factor causing project delays based on systematic literature. Next slide. In the method, we use the systematic literature review approach. We search the journals and select the journal from Scopus Index. And we find out 18 journals in accorded with the topic analysis of factor causing delays in construction project implementation. Next slide. And we also make two group of the factors of delays project. The first internal factors and the second external factors. Next slide. And in the results, the indicators of the project delay caused within the internal factors are represented as follows: A, information and communication; B, lack of methods to overcome delays; C, delays in delivery and materials equipment issues; D, management and technical process; and E, issue related to contracts, subcontractors, designer, or project managers. Next slide. The indication of project delay caused within the external factors are represented as follow: if political influence; G, rising materials cost; H, wage condition; I, social and environment factor; and G, inflation. Next slide. And the results is all. Each journal was assigned a score of 1 for every indicators present from the list above, and the scores were then summed. The scoring system aims to identify factors of have the greatest influence and responsibility for projects delays. Internal factors. Based on the data, it was found that out of the 80 journals analyzed, internal factors contribute a total score 56 points. This total was derived from the sum of its internal indicator with the following breakdowns: information and communication, lack of method and mitigate delays, delays in delivery and materials equipment issue, management and technical process, and E, contractors, subcontractors, designers, or project management. Next slide. External factor. In comparison, external factors contribute at total score 36 points delivered from the following indicators: political influence, rising materials cost, weather condition, social environmental issue, and inflation. And the conclusion, the primary cause of project delays based on the research conduct lies an internal factor of the project itself, which requires special attention. The most significant indicators with this internal factor are management and technical process. Effective management and technical execution are crucial in preventing project delays, as they ensure structured planning, efficient implementation, and optimal utilization of the resource. External factors, however, should not be overlooked, as they also have the significant impact on the project delay, particularly the political climate of country, regardless of how well internal project factors are managed. The political situation and government policies of a country can greatly influence the timelines of project completion. That's all, and thank you.
Well, thank you very much for Mr. Evaldus Onesianus Kaur with that insightful and very informative presentation. Next up, we have Miss Grace John. So Miss Grace will bring the presentation with title Analyst Foundation Bearing Capacity Based on Solar Testing, Case Study, Vaiara Bridge, West Manggarai Regency. Please welcome for Mrs. Grace. The screen is yours.
Okay, thank you for moderator. Okay, thanks for the time you changed to me. Now I would like to present my research. Okay, let me start from the introduction. Construction has an importance to develop our the economic of area. If you see this picture, describe how to road section be separated by obstacle such as rivers. So we need bridge to complementary this road. Okay, this chapter to describe about section of bridge. If you see this picture, this is we call about upper structure, and this is about substructure. My research focus on substructure, especially about foundation. This is a foundation, my research focus. Okay, the located of my research in West Manggarai Regency, especially as Waiara Bridge. This chapter describe about Waiara Bridge on West Manggarai Regency. In 2024 fiscal year, the West Manggarai Regency government, through the local PUPRB plan to replace the Waiara Bridge. This bridge is being worked on in states where in 2024 the lower building. Okay, the purpose of this research to determine the bearing capacity and the settlement of the well foundation based on Sondir data. Okay, if you see this graphic, this is tell us about the result of the bearing capacity, where the bearing capacity of Waiara Bridge is okay, and the elastic settlement of the foundation in Waiara Bridge, that's okay. Okay, and the conclusion based on this previous description, the following about the conclusion: the carrying capacity analysis of Terzaghi is okay. The carrying capacity analysis of the Meyerhof is okay. Analysis of the elastic decline of the strain banner is okay. Elastic decline analysis of the Business method is eligible. And stable, and the bridge of Waiara is stable. Maybe I think that's enough for me. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, thank you, Miss Grace, for your presentation. Was so insightful and informative and also inspiring. So next, the next presenter is Amatus Jahamu, Mariansa Fifi Murnibana, and Miss Maria Selasianangoni, with the title Factor Influencing Rice Productivity in Haju Ngendong Village, East Manggarai Regency. For the presenter, take your time.
Please stop sharing screen. Please stop sharing screen for the previous presenter. Dia stop sharing, stop share screen. Oh ya, oke aku. Oke. Presenter we cannot hear it.
For the presenter,
Sorry, we cannot hear it.
hello, Miss. Okay, maybe they have some trouble. So let us move on. Our presentation is Miss Febronita Christiana Unitandiva from Unika Santo Paulus Ruteng. His title is Analysis of Market Structure and Marketing channel of Robusta coffee in Pagal Village, Manggarai Regency. To Miss Febronia Cristia Unita Niva, the screen is yours.
Sudah. Okay, Christina, sudah. Oh, sudah. Okay, now let's move because you have done your presentations.
Okay.
You have already presented.
Because this presenter have already presented his material yesterday, so we still move to Mr. Amatus Jahamu, Miss Maria C. Vivi Murnibana, and Miss Maria Celestiana Ngoni. Hello. Oh, sudah kami. Oh, sudah kami.
Okay, Ibu Talistas ya, Marista.
I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Now we move to the next presenter, Miss Maria Calista. Hello, Miss Maria
Yes,
Calista.
I'm here.
I'm sorry, Miss. You can present
Yes,
your
I'm
presentation.
here. Okay. I will try to share my screen now.
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Maria Kalista Hadiasabu, and I'm a lecturer in the Civil Engineering Department from SANTU Paulus University. And today I will be presenting the results of a study accuracy evaluation of satellite-based land cover data to support water resource management in Manggarai Regency. About background, accurate land cover data is essential for sustainable water resource management in Manggarai. However, local data is limited, which is why we rely on satellite imagery like S3 and 8 Landsat. Nevertheless, not all satellite data is equally reliable. Therefore, accuracy must be checked first. Conducting an accuracy assessment ensures the data reflect real land condition. As a result, this supports better evidence-based planning and decision making. And next, about research objective. The main objective of this research is to evaluate the accuracy of satellite imagery, specifically S3 and 8 Landsat datasets, before using them for land cover analysis in Manggarai Regency. By comparing these datasets, the goal is to identify which one provides more reliable land cover information to support sustainable water resource management. And next, about data and material. For this study, I used two main satellite datasets. The first, S3 imagery from 20 and 24, and Landsat 8, or 8 Landsat imagery from 20 and 24. For the software tools, I use ArcGIS for 8 Landsat classification and QGIS with the Akatama plugin for accuracy assessment. To determine the sample size statistically, I applied Slovin's formula, which results in 488 samples for S3 imagery and 951 samples for 8 Landsat imagery. Okay, the next about methodology overview. First, I download imagery and define study area. We begin by downloading satellite imagery from S3 and 8 Landsat for the year 20 and 24. The study area was defined as Manggarai Regency. The second, perform classification. The 8 Landsat imagery was processed using the maximum likelihood classification method in ArcGIS. This results in 10 distance lane cover classes. The S3 imagery was already pre-classified into 8 lane cover classes. Third, generate ground truth data. To validate the classification, reference or ground truth data were collected to visual interpretation using Google Earth Pro. These reference points serve as the benchmark for accuracy evaluation. Fourth, determine sample size. We calculate the number of validation samples using Slovin's formula, which considers population, size, and desired precisions. As a result, 488 samples were selected for 2 S3 images and 951 samples for 8 Landsat. And the last, run accuracy assessment. Accuracy of both lane cover datasets. Sorry. Okay, the last run accuracy assessment. The accuracy of both lane cover datasets was evaluated using the Akatama plugin in QGIS. This step produced a confusion matrix and an overall accuracy score for each datasets. This map shows the 20 and 24 lane cover classification based on 8 Landsat imagery, which includes 10 lane cover classes. The point on the map represent the validation samples I select for the accuracy assessment. In total, there are 951 samples point determined using Slovin's formula to ensure statistical reliability. These points are spatially distributed across Manggarai Regency to cover different types of land cover. Each point was visually verified using Google Earth Pro, which served as the ground truth reference for this study. By comparing the land cover class at its point with the actual condition observed in Google Earth, I was able to evaluate the accuracy of the 8 Landsat datasets. Okay, jadi this step is essential to determine whether the 8 Landsat land cover data can be reliably used for further spatial analysis and decisions making. The next about the table. So this table illustrates the classification errors found in the Landsat 8 land cover map. As we can see, the dataset does not represent land cover in Manggarai accurately. One clear example is the PADI file class. Out of 100 validation samples for PADI file, 87 were misclassified. This misclassification include 47 times as dense forest, 13 times as medium forest, 5 times as mixed forest, 5 times as shrubs, and 2 times as close shadows. This high level of misclassification led to an overall accuracy of only 1.0 0.119, which indicates that the land, the Lapan land cover map is not reliable for the tile land cover analysis in this study area. One of the main reasons for this low accuracy is the spectral similarity between different land cover types. For example, vegetation and paddy files often appear similar in color, which cause the algorithm to confuse one for the other during classification. In this is map shows the 20 and 24 lane cover classification based on S3 imagery. And this is table shows the accuracy metrics for the lane cover map generated from S3 imagery. Compared to 8 Landsat, the S3 dataset is considered more suitable for future land cover change prediction in Manggarai. While the S3 map is not perfectly accurate, it still provides a fairly reliable representation of land cover conditions. For example, within the vegetation class, there were 23 misclassification. 2 samples were misclassified as water, 50 as surfs, and 3 as paddy files. However, 263 other samples were correctly classified as vegetation. Overall, the S3 datasets achieve an accuracy score of 0.72, which is considered acceptable for land cover analysis and spatial planning. This result supports the use of S3 imagery in future water resource and land management decisions in Manggarai. The last about conclusion, this is made present the 20 and 24 land cover classification based on S3 satellite imagery. The classification includes 8 major land cover classes about water, crops, trees, built area, clouds, flooded vegetation, bare ground, and ringland. The S3 dataset is considered suitable for land cover analysis in Manggarai Regency due to its relatively high accuracy. Its land cover class is clearly visualized on the map, allowing us to observe the spatial distribution of natural and built environments. The results show that the S3 imagery provides a more reliable representation of land cover conditions compared to 8 Landsat. Therefore, these datasets can be used as a base map for future analysis, such as predicting future land cover change or supporting water resource and planning. That's all from me, and thank you.
Well, thank you very much for Miss Maria Kalista Hadia Sabu. Your presentation was so insightful and informative, also inspiring. But also, I want to say my apologies for some obstacles. And next, I want to ask for Mr. Kasmir. Hello, Mr. Kasmir, can you hear me? You may take your time, sir. You can present your presentation.
How about you do ang gitara tray? Oh yeah,
I'm sorry, sir. You can switch on the microphone. We cannot hear your voice, sir. Pak, bisakah Bapak tolong nyalakan mikrofonnya? Kami tidak bisa mendengar suara Bapak.
Udah, spasinya nyala nih.
Hello?
Coba.
Yes. Hello, sir.
Okay, thank you. First
Yes,
of all, I must say very sorry for late joining with you. And right now, I want to present my material in the title of Comparison of Corrected N value with SNE 4153-2008 with other methods in standard penetration test. Ladies and gentlemen, in this title is intended to show us the position of SNE 4153-2008, Indonesian National Standard 4153-2008, in the series of GN value calculating methods, because we know that apart from SNE 4153-2008, there are also other methods for calculating CN. Do you know CN? CN is corrected N value. The methods apart from SNE 4153-2008, like the Liao-Whitman's method, Skempton's method, Peck et al., Hersagi and Peck, and so on. But an important question must be said. What about SPT? What is standard penetration test? We know that SPT is the method of direct soil testing in the field, and daily we call is in situ testing. And we need the SPT apparatus or the SPT equipment. It must be including a tripod, daily name kaki 3 tripod, and then 63.5 kilograms load, anvil is the daily field rod, and then rod, and the other one is split spoon sampler. After the SPT equipment is installed vertically into the test point, the drop load freely with a fall height of 76 centimeters.
Sir, I'm sorry, sir.
SPT value measured of every 45 centimeter depth with an interval of 15 centimeters. The first 15 centimeters is called N1, and the second 15 centimeter is called N2, and the other one is N3. And the same method is applied for the next 45 centimeters. And it is important to note that we must remember when to remove the soil sampler from the soil sampler, soil bearer sampler. We know that to remove it, we can do the heating the anvil until it can be removed, and then we can make the interpretation about the soil below the ground level. Ladies and gentlemen, the research was conducted at the Universitas Paulus RUTENG campus in May 2025, and the data used here came from research and the same location since 2022, 2023, 2024, and the last time is 2025, with student who takes the soil investigation course program. We can observe the table in table 1, and table 1 that the NM is distance and values in the field varies its depth, but it can be said that the deeper the SPT is carried out, the greater the NM. Jadi semakin ke bawah berarti semakin besar. So the N60 values is obtained from the result of the NM correction of 60% of the energy given to each blow. And the condition is shown in figure 1. One nozzle parameter needed to calculate CN is saturated unit weight of soil and the border unit weight. Some difference between the unit weight and the border unit weight.
Sir, Pak,
Ya.
Mohon maaf Pak, saya mau minta izin.
Ya.
Kepada Saudari Elizabeth, mohon matikan mikrofonnya. Saudari Elizabeth Novariana Cantika.
Habis kamu pakai deh. 5 jam bukan tuh.
Bisa di-unmute.
Tidak bilang sesuatu.
Boleh.
Halo, Ibu Elizabeth. Sir, you may continue your presentation. I'm so sorry.
Okay, thank you. And now, I present about the formula used to this research can be read in the several methods. And it's like this. Which correction factor be used in any method? It depends largely on the specification of the SPT equipment we used. Itu bergantung kepada kita punya alat SPT yang kita gunakan. And then many formula we show you before, we can obtain the CN value for each method. We can see in the table 4, GN value, corrected N value for research site 1. We see that from ground level until the 9 meter below the ground level, the corrected value of N or any method is difference one another. And this is the figures of comparative data of GN value. We see that the Scampton 1986 is the second number, but the first is CN value from SNE 4153 2008. And the third one is the Peck et al. 1974. And the comparison of the CN value. For all of the methods, for calculating the corrected N values like this. This N value based on the SNE 4153 2008 method for each point is always the lower compared to the other method. Comparative data of CN values between SNE 4153 2008 and other method is the Skempton method is 1.05 times the CN values of the SNE 4153 2008 method. And then Peck et al. 1974 method is 1.13 times the Gen value of the Standard National Indonesia 4153 2008 method. And the highest Gen value we found from Liao and Wittmann 1986 method. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my final presentation today, and thank you for joining me. Thank you for full attention.
Okay, well, thank you very much, sir, for your great presentation. We got very much information from your presentation today. And next, I'm so sorry because we have some trouble with our rundown. So for those who have not presented yet, you may raise your hand and we have such time for you to present your material. For the audience who have not presented yet, is there anybody else?
Excuse me.
Yes.
Actually, I should have done the presentation yesterday, but because of the connection problem, I was able to do it today.
Okay.
May I start it?
Sure. The screen is yours.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I am Anggita Ratri Dewi, Master's student in Socioeconomic Studies at the Faculty of Agriculture, Brawijaya University, Malang, Indonesia. Today, I will present my research on social system influence on the adoption of plant growth promoting Rhizobacter or PGPR and K-Grow innovation in the Semilestari Women Farmers Group, Sanan Rejo Village, Turen District, Malang Regency. Okay, agriculture plays a crucial role in supporting the national economy, particularly in achieving food security and contributing to employment and poverty reduction. However, agriculture is facing major challenges, including climate change, land scarcity, and rising food demand. One promising innovation to deal with these issues is PGPR and K-Grow, a soil fertilizer made of organic bacteria that can improve land fertility and increase crop production. This innovation introduced, especially through yard cultivation, a method of growing vegetables around homes that empowers women and supports household food security. The social system, including Semilestari Women Farmers Group, plays a key role in spreading of the use of soil fertilizing innovation. The study has three main objectives. First, to describing the social system involved in the diffusion of PGPR and K-Grow innovation. Two, to describing women farmers' responses to the social system influence. And then three, to analyzing the social system influence on PGPR and K-Grow adoption. I use a mixed method approach which includes qualitative descriptive analysis through interviews with stakeholders such as the WFG members, the innovation creator, village government, community leaders, and agricultural extension workers to obtain the primary data. Purposive sampling was used in the selection of respondents. It's followed with quantitative analysis using Likert scale questionnaires distributed to all 30 members of the Semilestari group with the scores of each questions are 1 to 5. The questionnaires are about the role of each stakeholder. And then I would like to continue with the first by explaining the development stage of PGPR and K-Grow. I started with Mr. Nurkolis, hence the brand of NK, identifying the cleaning soil fertility and developing bacteria using local microorganisms by utilizing fruit, coffee leaves, and bamboo roots. Next, early trials on eggplants showed promising results with 48 harvesting cycles in one planting. However, with long beans, they were less successful because even though the plants were healthy, the yield was not optimal. With support from Brawijaya University, the formula was then refined to achieve a great result, especially on rice and corn, reducing chemical fertilizer by 40%. The product was subsequently branded as K-Grow and commercialized, and several farmers did not hesitate to adopt this PGPR and K-Grow innovation. Its benefits started to show in practice, which is what we call the consequence stage. In the Semilestari Women Farmer Group, the innovation was first introduced through demonstration plots and nurseries. This was the beginning of the PGPR and K-Grow trials. The group ensured access to good seeds and organizes planting activities near the members. The group also managed the arrangement of plants around in front of their homes. And then the supported by their family, especially their husbands, in building plant self and maintaining daily care. The group leader supervises and reminds members about the plant maintenance. And then these are the key social system stakeholders that involved in the PGPR and K-Grow innovation. The first is Women Farmer Group Leader. The group leader always reminds the members to maintain the plants at least once a day before being designated to members. The PGPR and K-Grow was first tested by the group leader. The next, the innovation creator plays a significant role in that has developed the innovation and provide examples of successful innovation in the other region. And then the community leader, it is include the neighborhood chief and members of the village consultative council. The neighborhood chief role is to coordinate and support the members of the Semilestari group, especially their children and husbands in activities such as mixing the planting media, filling the poly bags, carrying out maintenance such as watering and arranging the plants after harvesting. The members of Village Consultative Council encourage the semi-study members to vegetables organically, to grow vegetables organically so that they are healthy with the help of PGPR and K-Grow and to avoid chemical fertilizer altogether. Next, the village government, this the village head support and direct the use of PGPR and K-Grow introduced by the agricultural extension workers to ensure that the semi-study members harvest healthier vegetables that have a high selling value. And last, agricultural extension workers act as agents of change who bring and introduce the innovation to the leader and members of the semi-study group, community leader, and the village government. They provide explanation on the application of the innovation, including time and those recommendations, so that the innovations optimally to ensure agricultural productivity. They also actively communicate with the semi-study leader to influence the adoption of innovation. And yes, the adoption innovation decision, we can see that 16 people or 53% of respondents decided to adopt the innovation on conditions, such as being given assistance when it's time to use the fertilizer or flexibility of mixing it with chemical fertilizers. Meanwhile, 14 people or 57% of respondents decided to adopt the innovation unconditionally because they already knew the benefits and believe in what was conveyed by the agricultural extension workers and group leader. This is the influence of social system on adoption of innovation. The response of the role of the leader, of the group leader, members who perceive the role of the group leader was very significant, made up 66.67% of the total respondents, or 20 people, yes?
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Tolong, maka Victor, Anita Dihu, tolong matikan mikrofonnya.
Okay. We can continue.
Maka Victoriana, tolong matikan mikrofonnya. Victoriana Vanita Dihu.
Okay. May I continue? Yes.
Yes, you may continue.
Okay. And the next, we can see that the response to the role of the innovation creators, only 11 people or 36.67% of the respondents that felt that the role of the innovation creator was significant, and those were willing to adopt the innovation unconditionally. The rest of the members did not feel the same way and therefore were only willing to adopt it on conditions. And then only we can also see the response to the role of the community leader that only 11 people or 36.67% respondents felt that the role of the community leaders was significant, and those were willing to adopt the innovation unconditionally. And the rest of the members did not feel the same way and therefore were only willing to adopt it on conditions. And this is the response to the role of the village government. On approximately 50% of the respondents felt that the role of the village government was significant, and thus were willing to adopt the adoption unconditionally. The rest of the members did not feel the same way, and therefore were only willing to adopt it on conditions. And the last, this is the response to the role of the agricultural extension workers. There are 19 people or 63.33% respondents perceive that the role of the agricultural extension workers are very significant, and those were willing to adopt the innovation unconditionally. and the rest of the members did not feel the same way, and therefore were only willing to adopt in condition. Drawing on the research conducted by Cahyono and Agunga 2016, extension workers very firmly convey the importance of communication to build relationships with and increase the participation of farmers. And then the last, I would like to conclude my presentation by highlighting that the Semila Study Group leader and agricultural extension workers are the most influential members of the social system in the diffusion process of PGPR and K-Grow innovation. The responses recorded in this study reflect the prospect of innovation adoption, and the women farmers who perceive the positive role of the social system members decide to adopt the innovation unconditionally. This shows how vital social social networks are in spreading sustainable agriculture innovation. And then, thank you. It's all for me, and thank you to the supervisor and the opportunity that has been given to me. May apologize for any mistakes in words or action. Thank you for your attention. Good afternoon.
Okay, thank you very much for Miss Anggita Ratti. That's a great presentation with well-structured material. Next, I want to ask for those who not presentation yet. Is there anybody else? I think it's done. Okay, after listening all the presentation delivered by all the presenters, now we come to a question and answer section. So if you have a question, please raise your hand or proceed to the microphone. Kindly state your name and affiliation before asking your question. And please keep your question concise so we can understand. Jadi kepada para audiens yang ingin bertanya, silakan sebut nama kalian dan afiliasi, serta jangan lupa pertanyaannya dituju pada grup Java. Terima kasih. Okay, I think here is some question. This is from Mr. Christopher Mano from Civil Engineering. His question belongs to Group 2, which is the question is what are the key benefits of implementing BIM in construction project? Okay. For Miss Lulu Handayani, are you here, Miss Lulu? Hello, Miss Lulu.
Yes, I'm here. But my fellow authors, Anggi will answer the question.
Yes, please, ma'am.
Okay. For the question from Tope, BIM provides several strategic benefits, including asset planning and design accuracy, better collaboration among stakeholders, early risk identification, improved safety management, and increased cost and time efficiency, often reducing both by over 50%. It also supports life cycle management and data integration through open standards. So That's the answer.
Hello, Miss Lydia Nachapati. You can.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me? You guys, can you hear me? Okay. The questions from the second group, Miss Lulu, with their presentation title is a little to review benefits and challenges. Excuse me, and challenges of implementing building information models or BIM in construction project. Okay, the question is, what are the major challenges hindering BIM implementation, especially in Indonesia? Apa saja tantangan utama yang menghambat penerapan BIM khususnya di Indonesia? The second question for fifth group with their title presentation is analysis of factors causing delays in construction project implementation. Okay, the question is, how can the effectiveness of inherent factor management in preventing project delay be measured concertedly? What indicator of parameters can be used, atau bagaimana cara konkret untuk mengukur efektivitas pengelolaan faktor internal dalam mencegah keterlambatan. Indikator atau parameter apa yang bisa digunakan? Terima kasih.
Okay, I think the question is so clear. So, for the presenter, you can answer the question.
Pada siapa? Pada siapa?
The first question is for Miss Anggi, and the second question, I think it's belong to Mr. Onesianus Kaur.
Are you here?
Mr. Ones, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. For the first question, Mr. Anggi, Miss Anggi, I'm sorry. Miss Anggi, you can answer the question.
Okay. Thank you for the question. So the main challenge include lack of skilled human resource, high initial costs for software and training, cultural resistance to new technologies, underdeveloped regulation, and limited government incentives. These issues are particularly significant in Indonesia, where BIM adoption is still in the early stage. Jadi tantangan utamanya itu meliputi kurangnya sumber daya manusia yang terampil, kemudian tingginya biaya awal untuk perangkat lunak dan pelatihan, kemudian resistensi budaya terhadap teknologi baru, kemudian regulasi yang belum berkembang, dan minimnya insentif dari pemerintah. Masalah-masalah tersebut tadi sangat relevan di Indonesia, di mana adopsi BIM ini sendiri masih dalam tahap awal. Itu saja jawaban dari kelompok kami.
Okay, I think the answer is so clear and correct. So let's move to the second question is for Mr. Ones. Mr. Ones, you may answer the question.
Okay, thank you for your question, Nacha. And I will answer your question. The internal factors in factor of delay projects is information and communication, the lack of effective methods to mitigate delays in material delivery and material equipment related problems, technical management and process, as well as the challenge involving contractors, subcontractors, designers, or project managers. That's all my answer for your question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Ones. I think Miss Nacha can get the answer easily. And for next question is from me to it is question to Miss Anggita. Miss Anggita, can you hear me? Miss Anggita?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I have a question for you. The first question is, what do you mean by social system in this context, with your context? What do you mean with social system? And
Okay.
okay, okay. It is clear, ma'am?
Okay, clear.
Okay, the second question is,
Yeah.
why was the semi-starry woman farmers group selected as the focus of the research? What makes them what makes this group unique compared to other district?
What about the second question? Why
The
was
second
the
question,
military group sure that
why was the semi-starry group woman farmer selected as
yes?
the focus of your research?
Okay.
What makes them unique?
Okay. Okay,
Thank you
thank
very
you.
much.
I can answer the questions.
Yes.
Okay, the first, social system. It is about it is one of the elements of diffusion innovation process. According to the Rogers 2003, there are four elements of diffusion innovation process. The first is the innovation characteristic, and the two of channel, and then social system and time. And the social system on this research, it is include and the first is the members of Kawit of the seminar study group, and then the leader, and then also there are about the village government, and then community leader, and agricultural extension workers. This is the members of social system that involved on the PGPR and KGRO process. Okay, clear? And then the second question, why was the woman, semi-study woman, I choose it to my studies because the semi-study women farmer group is located in the Sanarojo village in the Turan district and Malang Regency that have any potential that to improve, they can make the healthy vegetable and organic, and the group is one of they are the winner of the programs. So that are have some programs from the government, and there's competition, and the group is winner of this competition for making the good vegetables, organic vegetables, so that I focus my study on this group to make more PGPR and agro innovation can spread to another. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
Thank
it's
you very
clear.
much.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Miss Anggita.
Okay.
Because our time is up, I think that's all for the question and answer session. So I would like to extend my sincere thanks to all distinguished presenter, to all the audience who have participated in this meaningful international conference. Hopefully that the insight knowledge shared today will contribute to our collective growth and development. On behalf of the organizing committee, I wish you luck. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Don't forget to
Thank you
And
very
please, for
much.
the audience, don't forget to join the main room.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
For the audience, please leave the breakout room and please join the main room now.
Recording in progress.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Rector of UNICA SANTU Paulus RUTENG, the Honorable Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture and Animal Science and the Faculty of Engineering, distinguished keynote speakers, respected presenters and participants from across Indonesia, dedicated committees members, and all esteemed guests. It is truly a great honor and privilege for me to stand before you at the closing of the first Icagrolive, a conference that has not only brought together brilliant minds from diverse disciplines, but also united us in our shared missions to build a more sustainable and resilient future. Over the past 2 days, we have involved into provoking discussions, exchanged inspiring ideas, and built meaningful connections across borders and institutions. Our theme, Towards a Green Future, Sustainable Practices in Agriculture, Livestock, and Engineering, is not just a title. It is a call to action. This very provoking theme could not be more meaningful without the insightful presentations from the keynote speakers. Thus, on these occasions, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to our keynote speakers who have graced us with their invaluable insights and contributions. To Prof. Dr. Mangku Purnomo, SP, MSD, PhD from Brawijaya University, Indonesia, Prof. Madya TS Dr. Samsiah Abdullah from University Teknologi Mara, Malaysia, Associate Professor Dr. Hasliza Abu Hasim from University Putra, Malaysia, and our special keynote speaker, Insinyur Patricius Faldoni Sandi, ST, MT from Universitas KATOLIK Indonesia, SANTU Paulus RUTENG. Thank you for generously sharing your expertise and inspiring us with your forward-thinking perspectives. Your contributions have enriched our understanding and broadened our horizons. To all presenters and participants, both local and international, thank you for your commitment to knowledge, innovations, and dialogues. You are the reason this conference has been so vibrant, diverse, and intellectually rewarding. To our students and lecturers from the Faculty of Agriculture and Animal Sciences and the Faculty of Engineering, your active engagements reflects the future we are building together, one that is collaborative, sustainable, and rooted in academic excellence. Let me also express our deepest gratitude to the Rector of UNICA SANTU Paulus RUTENG, Dr. Agustinus Manfred Habur, Lic. Theol, who officially opened this conference with powerful and thought-provoking speech. His words not only set the tone for our discussions, but also reminded us of our moral responsibility as academics and professionals to contribute meaningfully to society and the environment. To our special one and only, the Dean of the Faculty of Agriculture and Animal Science and the Faculty of Engineering, Dr. Yuliana Wahyu, MPD, thank you for your continued support, your visions, and most importantly, for trusting us to be part of this organizing committee for this landmark event. Your leadership has been instrumental in making Icagrolive a reality. I would also like to express my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee, to the IT teams for ensuring flawless connectivity during the conference, to the MCs and moderators who guided each sessions with professionalism, to the logistic and consumption teams who took care of everybody's needs. To the media and publication teams for capturing and broadcasting the essence of our event. To the finance teams for managing everything with integrity. To all the committee members and to every team members who gave their time, energy, and heart to make this conference successful. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Ladies and gentlemen, this conference is not an end. It is a beginning. Let us carry forward the insights, the energy, and the connections we have built here. Let us return to our universities, our fields, and our communities with renewed spirit and a shared mission to nurture the earth, empower our farmers, advance our technologies, and uplift our societies. As we close, I would like to leave you with this powerful reminder. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. Let us return the earth in better condition than we found it through sustainable agriculture, ethical livestock practices, and environmentally concise engineering. Thank you for being part of this meaningful journey. See you at the second Icagrolive 2026 next year. May God bless you. Thank you.